No boogers? Okay, no boogers. Hey, Birdie Cat. What's on your mind? Hmm? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to spook you. Want to come up here? Come here. Want to come on the bed? Want to jump on the bed? No? You want to be a curious kitty and explore? What have you to explore? This is your house. You already know it. You know it inside and out. Right? Right? Momo? Yeah. Whoa, look at that. It's the microphone. You see that? Yeah. Mm. Where are you? I see your toes there. Let's move this out of the way. There. There. You see yourself on the camera? Yeah. What do you think is going to happen tonight, Meow? Anything? Woo. Woo. Want to climb the mattress? Yep. Hey, Beverly. Just waiting to see who else shows up. Oh. Tell you, today was a pretty busy day at work, but fortunately, one of the girls who went on maternity leave a couple months ago came back today. So, it wasn't as shitty. But man, was it busy. Without her, I would have been fucking drowning. Fortunately, that was not the case today. And I didn't have to close either. And I know it's after 7 and we would have closed at 6, but I got off at 5 and immediately went to the Western and go get some wings. So I did that. And there's Jaime.
Hello, TL. Second now, with a beer in my hand, ready for chat with TL.
Hey, Jaime. How's it going? So, I was telling ChatGPT some of my TL stories.
Dude, I love that voice.
Do you like that voice too, Berta? No? You're shaking your head?
Meow, meow, meow. Meow, meow, meow.
What's that sound? What's that sound? Can you get me Mousy? Where's Mousy? Can you bring me Mousy? Is that Mousy right there? Or is Mousy up on top of the mattress? What about Cherry Tomato? You found Cherry Tomato? Now she's sniffing my underwear. This is my clothes from yesterday. Yeah. I was doing some yard work stuff. It's actually those clothes smell like smoke because I was burning a lot of wood yesterday. You hear that, Beverly? That wooden chimney out in my fire pit is gone. It all finally burnt down. It didn't want to burn it all throughout winter, but yesterday it wanted to when it was over 90 degrees. That caught fire real quick. So yeah, I didn't have a whole lot to do after work. Well, there's things that I could still do around the house, clean up and stuff. But when I was at the bar, I was just thinking, all right, what if I ask ChatGPT shit, right? I asked it the same question that I asked some of you guys and my other buddies. Like, why isn't initiative a skill in Dungeons and Dragons? I mean, everybody can attempt it. So it'd be like a common skill, an untrained one. Whoa, hey cat, careful. These pants are not meant for climbing like that. Yeah? You want to sniff the knife? Yeah. You love sharp metal things. You're a weird cat. But, what was I talking about? So I was at the Western, getting some wings. Yeah, I just decided. Oh, yeah, I was asking ChatGPT that whole thing like, why isn't initiative a skill? What was the question you made to ChatGPT? I asked it in Dungeons and Dragons, why isn't initiative a skill? And it said, hey, that's actually a good question. A lot of people have thought about this, but like generally, initiative is not considered a skill because it is a the reason wasn't good enough for me. They said that it's more of a mechanic than it is like a personal feature of a character. But initiative is based on reactive awareness and such. So why wouldn't it be a skill? Why can't you train to be more aware and responsive, right? So, yeah, it's like, well, I mean, currently in 5th edition plus, like, it's not a skill. But back in 3rd edition, there are ways to improve upon it, and in Pathfinder, they continued doing the same thing. So why not just make it a skill? And then it's like homebrew games can make initiative a skill where you can have where you can invest ranks into it and make it better, right? You actively train yourself in it. It's like that'd be a good way for somebody with a shit initiative, such as my paladin in Dom's current game, to actually have a better initiative. That'd be fucking sweet, wouldn't it? 20 ranks in initiative. I would finally be able to not be the second slowest person in the party.
Maybe it's like intuition about every situation, but not conciser at the skill in D&D because we all have intuition.
Yeah. I mean, it is intuition. It's intuition, it's alertness, it's reflexes. But they're like, oh, it's just straight dexterity, D20 plus dexterity. So if you have a higher dex, then you're gonna odds of you going first is better. I mean, that's the way it always was, though, with the exception of like 2nd ed and earlier. In 1st and 2nd ed, like your initiative wasn't a D20, it was a fucking D10, and your weapon had a speed rating. So if you were holding like a big weapon and it had like a high speed score, that like subtracted, or sorry, that added to your initiative. You wanted to roll low.
Consider language barrier. I misspelled the word before.
Oh, but not considered a skill in D&D. Yeah. Yeah, because everything after 3rd edition it just made initiative a mechanic rather than something that you can improve upon. Like actively improve upon. Like train yourself to be more aware, to be more adaptable, to have better situational awareness and combat perception. Because the way that I'm currently doing it for my TLRPG is that initiative is a skill. It's something that you can train yourself in to make yourself better. But there is clearly a class that is better at it than the others, and that would be athlete. Athlete gets abilities that gives a better initiative. Berta's using her cat box. Those little scooping sounds as she's pushing the litter around. Oh my goodness! This morning, as I was watching Oki stream, Berta was sitting on my lap. I was at the other computer in my living room, and as I'm watching the stream, I feel something on my leg that's not her, and she had vomited on my leg. I was just wearing my boxers. I was in my undies, right? And she vomits on my leg, and it goes down my underwear onto my knee, and then she like dragged this big old glob of drool across my keyboard and left a big old puddle off to the side on my desk. Normally she's very embarrassed by it. She feels a lot of shame, and she'll go to a corner and lower her head. But this time she did like she didn't give a shit, because I always tell her it's okay. Um, but yeah, I was telling ChatGPT, like, hey, I got a lot of lore for my stuff, for my game. You want to hear it? And it was like, yeah, go ahead. Throw me some ideas and I'll give you some of mine. I was like, yeah, okay. Well, not that I need any. At least not for the parts of the story that I was telling about. Awareness, perception, and sense motive should be figured into initiative. Yeah, imagine if you didn't even roll it. Like, your ranks in all three equals your initiative.
Vomit is on your leg. Or vomit in your leg is kind of alright because you can wash it or take a shower. The issue is your keyboard is more difficult to clean.
Yeah, dude, I had already taken a shower. I had just gotten clean. And then she threw up on me. Those were clean clothes that I was wearing. I had just taken them out of the dryer this morning. But yeah, I was like, hey, let me tell you this story. And last night I was telling you guys about one of my TL stories, about like for the board game. I was explaining a bunch of lore. There's one story that I've been working on. I haven't finished it yet. And it's like a combination of, here, maybe I should, here, is this good? Is that good? Okay. Seems good. So some of you know that my favorite superhero, actually, let's Beverly, let's see if you remember, who is my favorite superhero? And Jaime, if you can guess as well, but I guarantee you're not going to get it. I know that there's thousands of superheroes to choose from, but I'll give you a hint. It's the first superhero ever written. I'll give you some time to think about it. You let me know if you give up. Silver Surfer? No, not Silver Surfer. I'll give you two more guesses, though. Superman. Nope, not Superman. Although he is my favorite DC superhero. Oh, you didn't make it. Why didn't you do it?
All right.
She was trying to climb the mattress, but I guess she gave up. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. No. I mean, they're not really superheroes, but yeah, Beverly, you're just awful. That's why you're best friend number 4. Don't worry, you're beating Adam. He's best friend number 5. And the only reason why you're number 4 is because you and Adam, I know. Uh, it's because I know Dom, Nehemiah, and Art. I've known them for a lot longer than you guys. As long as you beat Adam. Yep. So you guys are my inner 5. But yeah, let's see. Jaime, you ran out of guesses, and Beverly, it seems like you give up, right? So my favorite superhero, the first superhero ever written, is also, you're bad with superheroes. So the first superhero ever put in writing is also the oldest writing we have recorded on clay tablets from 4,000 years ago. Is the Epic of Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is my favorite superhero. The Sumerians, that's right. He was the Sumerian king of the city of Uruk, who ruled during the early dynastic period of ancient Sumer, somewhere between the years 2600 to 2900 BC. And then the Akkadians, they had popularized, I guess you could say popularized, his chronicles. Like the Sumers actually had written down his stories, but they weren't well preserved. And then the Akkadians kind of like made a second edition of his tales. And those are the ones that Meow meow. Can you make it up there? Oh, good girl. Good girl. Good girl, Berta. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Good girl, you're so strong. You need help? No, no, no. Don't sit down. Don't rest there. It's not where you rest. Come on. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Good girl. Good girl. Hey. Good girl. You want cherry tomato? Want your tomato? Good girl. All right, enough of that excitement. Good girl, Berta. I see you. Hi. Hi. All right. Yeah, she's a good climber. She doesn't do it very often, though. She's climbed a tree once in her life, and that's when she was really little. She was only a couple years old. She couldn't get down from the tree. And she really didn't like get up high. She got like my head height, and that's where she stopped. And then she didn't like climb any higher. She didn't climb down. She needed me to get her off. But every time that I move a mattress around, and I've got one leaning up against the wall, she's got to climb that thing. Like I'm cleaning my room, rearranging it, cleaning underneath the bed, she has to climb the mattress. And now that I have a new bed, this bed, the old bed is up against the wall, and yeah, she's climbing that. I'm not going to get rid of it for a little bit because she really likes it. So it'll stick around for a little bit. What do you want? One moment. All right, I'm back. Get that color adjusted. All right. So, what was I talking about? I was talking about my TL stories. Before Berta rudely interrupted. Yeah, so I was talking about the Epic of Gilgamesh. So, Gilgamesh is my favorite superhero. He is the very first superhero ever written about. It is also the oldest story in recorded history, written down. Obviously, there are other stories before that, like apparently, like the Aborigines of Australia or some shit have like this whole dream story or thing that's like even way older, but none of it's recorded in writing, or like none of it was recorded in writing. It was all just passed down via speech. She is on top of the world. Beverly, Dom's playing Dune Awakening. Oh, and he just told me that Wes lost all of his shit. Uh, he landed his ornithopter on the ground, and he was gonna raid something, and then Shai Hulud came on by and took his offering. The sandworm ate both Wes and his ornithopter, and apparently he had a lot of cool stuff on it. So you should jump into the game and press F. You know. But yeah, I was yeah. You're in character creation right now. I made Keanu Reeves when I started playing. When I first started playing, I made Keanu Reeves. Like bearded Keanu Reeves from John Wick. On D&D? No. Right now we're talking about Dune Awakening. It's from the same people who made the game Conan Exiles. So, but yeah, on to more stuff about Gilgamesh. So, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, are Jaime? Are you familiar with the Epic of Gilgamesh? Do you know anything about his adventures?
Nope, I know a little bit of the Sumerians, but not much.
Okay, so Gilgamesh now is supposedly, because we don't have concrete proof, but there's plenty of evidence to suggest that he was a real dude, who had reigned as the leader of who reigned as the king of the city of Uruk, the city-state of Uruk. Like I said, between 2600 to 2900 BC, during the early dynastic period, and it was during the third dynasty that the late third dynasty that he was deified, and people started to write about him as though he were a superhero. They turned one of their old kings from hundreds of years ago into a superhero. And there were 12 clay tablets that were discovered. All of them broken and fractured and missing some of the stories. But there also survived other writings from other cultures that also describe some of his tales. And so we were able to piece all of it together. And we got a couple of different adventures of his, but the most notable one is called the Epic of Gilgamesh. And in that story, it talks about how Gilgamesh is a king of his city, and he's terrorizing his people. He's not a tyrant. He's just mischievous, and he's probably lecherous and sleeping with married women. He's a lech and an adulterer, more than likely. And the people are like, man, we can't fucking stand our king. He's an asshole. We're praying to the heavens. Gods, do something about this. And so they listen. They're like, all right, well, the people of Uruk had prayed for us, and so we're going to give them something to help them out. And so they create the Bull Man, named Enkidu. And Enkidu the Wild Man, is supposed to be Gilgamesh's better. He's supposed to be superior to him in strength and everything. But Enkidu encounters a prostitute, and this prostitute takes a liking to him and shelters him for the next 2 weeks. And during that time, Enkidu becomes civilized. He loses his edge. And when the time comes, him and Gilgamesh meet, and then they fight, and it turns out they are of equal strength. And Gilgamesh is like, dude, you are so much fun to fight with. We're going to be brothers, and we're going to go on adventures, and we're going to save people. They become heroes, and Enkidu's like, this is awesome. Like, I got a brother, and we're going to become heroes? Fuck yeah. And so they leave the city of Uruk, and they go help other people. Can you please repeat the name of the person you're talking about that is better than Gilgamesh? His name is Enkidu. Enkidu the Wild Man. Enkidu is kind of like a bull man. Like he's supposed to be like a big muscular human, covered in hair and has bull horns, right? He's like a minotaur almost. Before minotaurs were a thing. Except minotaurs were totally a thing. They just weren't called minotaurs. They were just called bull men before. Minotaurs obviously getting the name from King Minos of Crete, and how King Minos had locked up his son down below in the dungeons, and it was the task of Theseus to kill him. I think it was Theseus, right? Yeah. Trying to remember my Greek mythology. But yeah, before then, they were just called bullmen. And bullmen originated in ancient Sumerian mythology. They were one of the 7 children, although there were technically 11. He was one of 7 distinct children born from Tiamat. Tiamat, the Glistening One. So, where was I? Oh yeah, Enkidu. Right? So, in the Epic of Gilgamesh, they encounter each other, they become friends, they become brothers, and then go off on adventures. So here's something funny about the Epic of Gilgamesh. For the oldest tale in writing that we have, very little people actually know of the epic itself. And really, I think most people know of Gilgamesh from either one of 2 sources. Either one, it's going to be Final Fantasy, because Gilgamesh appears as a character, not like his character in the actual epic. Instead, he's more of a comic relief enemy. Like, he's a bad guy who shows up and gets his butt kicked often. And he appears throughout several of the Final Fantasy games. He's the only, outside of the Dissidia fighting games, he's the only bridge that connects any of the games together. But he has no impact on the stories whatsoever. He's just a guest who jumps around dimensions. And is a bad guy. Sort of. He's just an opponent. So yeah, either people know of Gilgamesh from Final Fantasy games, or they know him from that one episode of Star Trek Next Generation where Picard is on a planet with another alien dude who their language is translated by their universal translators, but they speak in events. So if you've ever heard the line Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra, it's in Star Trek, it's a story of 2 characters, Darmok and Jalad, and their battle at a location called Tanagra, right? And so in this story, Picard and the other alien dude that he was with are trying to fight an invisible monster. And during that episode, when Picard finally realizes how the other alien is talking to him, he realizes that they talk through story. They describe events in a story very briefly, and that's how they communicate. At first, they always thought their translators were broken, but it turns out everything's being translated correctly. They're just speaking in innuendos, in riddles and stuff. That's just how they communicate. And so he tells him the story of Gilgamesh and Enkidu and how they fight and how they become brothers. And this is like exactly what that episode is. I don't even remember him from Final Fantasy. Do you remember which one? Also, Star Trek. I do not know anything. I never liked it since as a kid. Okay. I grew up on Star Wars, but I matured on Star Trek. I fucking love Star Trek, dude. Everything up until Discovery, for the most part. I mean, I thought Discovery was okay when it first started, but now when they started like swearing and shit in the show, I mean, I thought it was funny when Data did it in the movies, but I don't know, like the show was not that good. Like, I had some cool ideas. The Klingons were a bit of a turnoff. And then season 2 just kind of sucked. I mean, the best thing that came out of Discovery was Strange New Worlds. But, Jaime, I recommend watching Star Trek. For me personally, my favorite Star Trek is Deep Space Nine. It is the least Star Trek of the Star Treks, but it was also the one that had serialized storytelling, where one episode would lead into the next. And typically in earlier Star Trek fashion, that only happens whenever a series was or whenever, not a series, whenever a season was bookended. So for some reason, I do not remember. I did not like Star Trek when I was a kid, and I never try to watch or read anything now that I'm an adult, but is it good to try it now that I am an adult? Yeah, definitely, dude. The thing is, you shouldn't have to watch all Star Trek. If you're not a fan of Star Trek, don't try watching all of it. There are a select number of episodes that people can recommend. And although there are quite a few good episodes, really good episodes from the original series back from 1966, Jaime, I fucking recommend the top of my list, my favorite Star Trek episode of all time throughout the entire series is the Doomsday Machine. If you can find it, watch Star Trek the original series, season 1 episode, The Doomsday Machine. You're gonna like it. Because that is damn good Star Trek. I don't want to spoil it. I've talked about that episode enough times. I do not want to spoil that. But I really recommend watching that. Anybody else here ever see the Doomsday Machine episode of Star Trek TOS? Yeah. Jaime, I recommend it. You don't have to be a Star Trek fan, but watch that episode. You're going to have a fucking blast. Yeah. Should definitely watch it. It's good. Good writing, good direction. The lighting is really cool for atmosphere. The camera work is so different from all of the other episodes. And the stakes involved. Oh man, the stakes that are involved. It is a damn good episode. And I don't know why when people watch, or people who have never seen Star Trek before, and they're like, oh, okay, well, the fans gave me a list of episodes that I should watch. And so they watch those episodes. And my favorite fucking episode is not a part of that list, but then people in comments will be like, oh yeah, you should also watch this one. It's pretty good. It's not just pretty good. It's fucking fabtabulous. I really love that episode. And I was so happy when they brought elements of that episode into the VR game Star Trek Bridge Crew. Beverly, if you're still here, you know what I'm talking about, I think. But I don't know. I should probably show you that episode at some point if you don't remember ever seeing it. No, Doomsday Machine is not the first episode of the entire series. It's like episode 26 or so of season 1. It's either episode like 22 or 26. I forget. But yeah. Give that episode a watch. And then, of course, I'd recommend watching Deep Space Nine because that's the best Star Trek. Captain Sisko is my favorite captain. He is not the best captain. Not by a long shot. But he's the most human captain. I don't just mean because of race. Not because of the human race. He is the most relatable. Sisko, like Sisko Kid? Yeah, sorta, but it's spelt with an S. Sisko. Captain Sisko. Yeah, so like the first two series of Star Trek, the original series and Next Generation, are very similar to each other. Yep, that's how you spell it. Star Trek was always very much an episode of the week. You know, what adventure are we going on this time, right? And then Deep Space Nine comes along and says, okay, well, this whole series, all 7 seasons, are going to be the same story. It's like one continuous episode. For the most part. And what happens in the previous series, the Next Generation, they introduced an alien species in the western port, if you call it west, in one of the outer portions of the Alpha Quadrant. There is a sector of space that is controlled by the Cardassian Empire. And the Cardassian Empire are very militant. They are a fascist empire that is very much like the Nazis. They are space Nazis. They're like mammo-reptilian space Nazis. They've got green, leathery skin, and they're gray colored, all black hair. And again, super militant. They think that what they're doing is right. And they have enslaved many planets. Now, the Federation has fought them several times, but if otherwise, they've both agreed to just stay off each other's backs for the most part. However, there is a planet called Bajor that is in desperate need of assistance. And Bajor was being annihilated by the Cardassian Empire. And so the Federation came to help. And outside of Bajor was this great big space station called Torak Nor. And that is where the Cardassians had, that's where their command post was. And it was also like a slave mining ship too. Right? They would process a lot of ore up there that was harvested down on the planet. Well, Torak Nor was eventually liberated by the Federation, and they took it over and renamed it Deep Space Nine. It turns out that not far away from Bajor is this great big wormhole that opens from time to time. And this wormhole, there are things that live inside of it. Wormhole entities, which the Bajorans worship as their gods. They call them the prophets. And the prophets are creatures or entities that live outside of time. They are non-linear entities. You all right? Cat came down from the mattress. Now she's under the bed. I have LED lights down there, so she could see. Even if there weren't, she's a cat. Of course she could see. Hey, where are you going? Yeah? Come up here? Want to come up here? I'm going to hold you. The name of the planet is Bajor. Bajor. Yeah, they are, especially when you're looking for clothes that you kicked under there. Now, the Cardassians want to destroy the prophets, or otherwise use the wormhole to their benefit. So the Federation's like, no, we're not going to let you do that. So they position Deep Space Nine outside of the wormhole and are protecting it. Beyond that, on the other side of the wormhole, which is like a 50,000 light year highway going into the Gamma Quadrant of the galaxy, there's another alien race out there calling themselves the Founders. And they are changelings. They are like ooze monsters that can take on the shape of whatever they want. And in this case, like humanoids. And now that they have passage through the wormhole, they plan on conquering the Alpha and Beta quadrants. Now, going back to the Bajorans. The Bajorans are very much like space Muslims, or so. Kind of like that. Because they have their own radical religion, and they also have terrorist cells, terrorist organizations, suicide bombers, and everything like that. So the best way to kind of like sum up Deep Space Nine, Star Trek DS9, is like space Nazis have enslaved space Muslims, and now the space Americans have come on by to save the day, kick the Nazis' ass and save the Muslims. And then when the when the Federation comes on by, the Bajorans, they recognize Cisco as like their messiah. They believe Captain Cisco is the emissary of the prophets, and he has no clue what the fuck they're talking about. But they all worship him now. Well, not everybody, not all the Bajorans. There are some Bajorans that are like, no, we believe in our gods, but we don't believe that you're the emissary. But yeah, DS9. Space Nazis conquered space Muslims, and so space US came on by and liberated the space Muslims. And now space Nazis and space Americans are at war. So basically, he arrives to the new civilization and he's worshipped like a god. Yeah, something like that. He's like worshipped as their messiah. They believe that he is the voice of the prophets. But DS9 is very much the story of Star Trek about a portion of the galaxy at war. Dude, that happens in Dune Universe 2 with Paul Atreides. Exactly. Fucking Captain Sisko is Paul Atreides. He is the Lisan al-Gaib, right? They point at Captain Sisko. Lisan al-Gaib! Lisan al-Gaib! Except there's no Shai Hulud to create the spice melange. Right? Right? The spice must flow. He who controls the spice controls the universe. The spice must flow. See, she gets it. Yeah. So that's Deep Space Nine. That's Star Trek Deep Space Nine. But the best thing about Deep Space Nine is Captain Sisko and the characters on DS9, especially. Okay, I enjoyed the Dune books very much. I'm still like 2 books to go to finish it all. I don't have all of the Dune books. I just have the first 3. So I have Dune, Dune Messiah, and Children of Dune, but I don't have the others. Frank Herbert is right next to my H.P. Lovecraft books. Yeah. And then up above them, in alphabetical order, I have Michael Crichton next to it. Like Jurassic Park and shit like that. But yeah, like I don't expect you to watch all of Deep Space Nine, so I'll just ruin some of it for you. Um, like I had mentioned, Captain Sisko is my favorite captain in Star Trek because he is the most relatable. He is a father who has to look out for his son. He's trying to maintain a relationship with a woman who is the captain of her own ship who transports cargo, and she's gone a lot of the times. And he has to command a fucking space station that was once owned and operated by the enemy forces, who are now getting reinforcements from another alien force with far superior fucking firepower. The Founders have an army of genetically engineered super soldiers called the Jem'Hadar, who who obey their masters because they are addicted to a chemical drug. And then when the Jem'Hadar start failing against when the Jem'Hadar and the Cardassians begin to fail against the Federation, that's when they employ another alien race to help them out, the Breens. The Breen Empire is one of the largest fucking empires in Star Trek, but nobody knows what they look like. Anytime they encounter one, they are always seen wearing suits of armor, suits of space gear, space armor. And once they put that armor on, it stays on them forever until the day they die. Kind of like Mandalorians, you know? They never take their armor off. They never reveal themselves to their enemies. Fucking Star Trek Picard, or I think it was Picard. Was it Picard? I think it was Picard. Something like that. They revealed what they looked like, and I felt so fucking disappointed. The Breen should never have been revealed. What is it? But yeah, DS9 is the story of a galaxy at war, and it's the Federation versus the Cardassians, the Founders and their Jem'Hadar, and the Breen. And the Federation cannot keep up. At best, they have the Klingons. You know who the Klingons are, right? Right, Jaime? Do you at least know some of the core races of Star Trek? Klingons have black hair and reddish skin with those bony forehead crests. They often have like goatees, kind of Mongolian, kind of very Mongol, a warlike space race. Not at all. Sorry, man. Okay. Well, let me dial it back just a little bit. So there are, in Star Trek original series, there are 3 primary factions. There's the Federation, so the Federation of Planets, the Klingon Empire, and the Romulan Star Empire. All 3 of them are enemies. They do have weird foreheads, yeah. The Federation is all the good guys. We have multiple alien races who have all united together under the banner of peace and exploration, uncovering the mysteries of the galaxy to better all life, not just mankind. The Klingons are very brutish. They wear armor. They're all about fighting with honor. They use really strange melee weapons called bat'leths. And they are a race of warriors. They also steal technology and incorporate it into their own, and make their own versions of it, which they had done with the Romulan Star Empire. The Romulans, what's the best way to sum up the Romulans? The Romulans are like North Koreans. They're very secretive. They don't allow anything in or out of their empire. They try to display military dominance, and really the best technology that they have against everyone else is cloaking technology. Their ships can turn invisible in space, which the Klingons stole from them and also made their ships able to turn invisible in space. Federation doesn't have anything like that publicly because they signed a treaty with the other 2 factions saying, we'll never develop those, so don't invade our space. Yeah, they completely segregate themselves. The Romulan Star Empire was a big mystery for a long time. People didn't know what the Romulans looked like either. But the Romulans are are a race of humanoids that are related to the Vulcans. You know, Spock from Star Trek. He's a Vulcan. The Romulans look just like Spock. But the difference is Vulcans are all about logic and killing their emotions, being very calculating and honest, whereas the Romulan Star Empire, they're very secretive, militaristic, and emotional. Those are the three main factions of classic Star Trek. You have the Federation, the Klingons, and the Romulans. All three factions would be at war with each other if not for the fact that there was a truce that said, "Hey, we're not going to fight each other unless we violate, each other's space." And many times they do. If they didn't, we wouldn't have adventures. So these three groups are like all enemies, right? And by the time that next generation happens, which is like 80 years later after the original series, 80 to 100 years later, by that point, the Klingons are neutral towards the Federation. They're no longer enemies. I mean, they're not allies either, but our cultures are starting to mix with each other, and that Klingons are starting to be accepted into Starfleet and join the Federation. And every once in a while, they'll have like student exchange programs with the Klingons when it comes to Starship crew members. They'll be like, "Hey, we'll take one of your Klingon crew members from your ship, and we'll give you one of ours for an exchange of ideas and tactics and better relations," right? Because one day we would like to be all allies. We won't take any of your space, you won't take any of ours, and if we ever get attacked, we're going to help each other. Okay, real question. So which is your favorite faction and why? But describe the reason you like them without spoiling the series, because now I will watch the series. Klingons. Klingons, because they are the most nuanced. We already know what humans are. And the Federation has a whole bunch of other alien races that are very different from each other, but mostly in appearance. Some of the races are characteristically distinct in terms of personality, such as the Andorians. Andorians are very secretive. Vulcans, very logical. The fuck, I forgot the pig-faced people. I forgot what their names are. But they're always angry. They only communicate with aggression. And the more aggressive you are, the more they respect you. The more they are willing to obey you. So you have to be top dog with them. So the Federation's really cool. It's got a lot of cool races. And they have a lot of good planets. But the Klingons definitely. Because the Klingons are just a savage species that is trying to seek glory across the stars, and they create their own adventures by going to war with people they know nothing about. And their ships are mostly stolen from other races. A lot of their technology they had stolen from Federation and the Romulans, as well as others on the other side of their empire. That what happens to an individual in the Klingon Empire greatly affects their entire name, like their whole house, right? Like Klingons have these great noble houses, and if one person fucks up, it spells disgrace for everybody. So whenever a Klingon is going to backhandedly take power or control over a situation, they need to do so with such precision and guile that if, if they're caught, then everything's fucked. All their children, their grandchildren, their great grandchildren, they're all gonna be shunned. They're all gonna be looked down. People are gonna say, "Oh, your great 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 grandfather did all of this shit, so you guys are now fucking peasants. No one's gonna support you, right?" Like the great houses in Dune, exactly, just like that. And the thing is, um, they are very Shakespearean. The the Klingons are like Shakespearean characters, and they also love Shakespeare too. Like in one of the movies, Star Trek Six, The Undiscovered Country, one of the Klingons is very familiar with Earth literature, especially William Shakespeare. Fucking loves him, and he's always quoting him because Shakespeare writes like some of the best stories that Klingons love. And not only that, Klingon music. Klingon, like the I would say like the official musical genre for Klingons is opera. Klingon opera. And they're also very much, like I said, a warrior society who children have to often prove themselves to their parents by taking these tests of endurance and pain. Like they have to hurt themselves to get ahead. Klingon Empire, the Klingons have probably the largest and most detailed culture of any of the races in Star Trek. So they are the fancy culture people? No, there's nothing fancy about them. They're fucking savage. They're brutish and savage. Mia Mia, what is it? No, you can leave the room. What? Tell you what. Here. You want a snack? Yeah, you're blinking at me like yes. All right. I'm going to get her a snack. I'll be right back. Or at least I'm going to get her a snack dish prepared. It'll take a couple minutes. All right. You want a snack? You want a bird snack? Come on. Yeah. 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 Come on. Up here. Come on. You want gravy? Yeah, gravy. Come on. Let's go up here. Come on up here. Up here. Good girl. You're so smart. You want gravy? You want gravy, Berta? Fingers are wet. This is hard to tear open. Here we go. Oh, this shit's so smelly and I got it on my fingers. All right. Hold it. Careful. It's not like you haven't eaten before. Here we go. Digging. Yep. We're going to wipe this. No, I didn't go poop. Yeah. Yeah, nothing special about the knife. Oh, she's just eating gravy. Um, um, I feed her Fancy Feast, and like little cans of Fancy Feast. Grilled fish, grilled seafood. It's like a combination of like tuna and salmon and shit. Um, and those cans are packed with loads of gravy. That's her favorite part. And so I got her one of those little kitty snack sticks where it's just the tube of gravy. That's all it is. So I just put that in her dish and it's already gone. It's her favorite thing. So, yep. Are you good? Good girl. You finished it. So, what is it? What is it? Yeah, Deep Space Nine. When the Federation in Deep Space Nine was doing a lot of diplomacy with the Klingons, because what was happening was there was a problem with succession. Like the leader of the Klingons was killed, and so there wasn't really like a power vacuum, but the great houses were contesting for rulership. And the House of Duras was trying to gain control. And the House of Gowron also wanted control. Now, the House of Duras, uh, has a long and storied history with one of the characters of Star Trek, that being Worf, the Klingon, because they uh, they had done some terrible shit and they blamed it on his family, and so the House of Moog is who Worf belongs to, has been disgraced, and so Worf does what he can to get rid of the House of Duras, and he does, and so Gowron wins, and he becomes the leader, and then Gowron and the Federation become allies, but then something happens where Gowron turns into a piece of shit, because he kind of is, and ultimately they have to fight him, and then Worf takes over. While all this is happening, the enemy forces, such as the Founders and their alliance, along with the Cardassians and the Breen, are becoming very powerful. And the Federation is no longer able to stand up against them, even with the Klingons at their side. And the Romulans, or he went crazy because of the power, like addicted to power and then messing stuff up, kind of, sorta. I mean, he didn't turn into a megalomaniac. He always was a megalomaniac, except he was a megalomaniac that you were able to reason with, until eventually things just got out of hand. And then he felt insulted and wanted to kick the Federation's ass, which didn't happen. Not all the Klingons were on board. But here's the thing. I had mentioned that there's the Federation, the Klingons, and the Romulans. So the Romulans, they had nothing to do with this war that was happening between the Federation and the Founders and Cardassians and the Breens. But they were going to get involved. So the Cardassians and the Founders were like, hey, we need to get an ally on the other side of our enemy and attack them on two fronts. and they had this brilliant idea, and they got in contact with a Romulan ambassador, and the ambassador was like, hey, we really like this deal that they're going to give us, that if we kick your ass, they're going to give us your space. And and this is like one of the best episodes of DS9. So there's a character by the name of Garrick, and he is a tailor, right? He makes suits, he makes clothes for the people on DS9, and he is one of the Cardassians who was banished from his kind. Like they cast him out. But the thing is, Garrick is also former secret intelligence. Like he was a spy, and he knows a lot of shit, and he knows how to make all the right connections, and he knows how to assassinate people. And him, along with Sisko, Captain Sisko, come up with an idea to make it so that way the Romulans don't become allies with the enemies. And Garrick, going behind Sisko's back, assassinates the Romulan ambassador and makes it look like the Cardassians did it. This pisses the Romulans off so much that they join the Federation and the Klingons in their war against the Gamma Quadrant. And it's just fucking awesome. Dude, if there are spies, that means that Star Trek universe has everything. Dude, DS9 is the fucking best. It is the best. It is the best Star Trek. But yeah, it's also the show. It's also the show, the series of Star Trek where you have most space combat. Like, Star Trek is not known primarily for its space combat. It's known for its diplomacy and resolving conflicts. But DS9 is about war. It's about what is happening when the Federation is not able to successfully employ diplomacy. Like, what if there's an enemy that you cannot negotiate with? What happens when you open the doorway to another part of the galaxy, and on the other side is nothing but hostiles? Hostiles that want to come over and conquer your side of the galaxy. And there's no reasoning with them. The only thing that they will accept is surrender and you becoming their slaves. Or otherwise, suffering genocidal eradication. They're just going to wipe you all out. And then they'll take your planets. So, yeah. That's DS9. And DS9 has some really cool space battles. Hundreds of starships fighting each other. Things you would never expect in Star Trek. It is the coolest shit. And then Voyager comes out, and Voyager is about, we're an Intrepid class starship that got shunted 70,000 light years into the Delta Quadrant. That sounds pretty awesome. Yeah, because it is fucking awesome. Dude, 90s Star Trek was like the best Star Trek. Granted, Next Generation came out in 1987, so there was 3 good years that Star Trek had before coming into the 90s. Season 3 is when Star Trek Next Gen got better. So 1989 was when it really picked up. And that's when like DS9 started happening. DS9 happened in like 1990 or 1991 is when that came out. And that went on until like 97. And it was around 1994, I believe, that Voyager had come out. And then Voyager ran until like 2000 or 2001. And that's around the time when Enterprise came out. And then Enterprise only lasted 5 seasons as opposed to 7. And when it ended, it ended. Enterprise wasn't even a continuation of the series, it was a prequel. Meow meow. That's it, there's no more food. You ate it. What do you want to play? Play with this. Play with this. Want to play with that? Isn't that funny? It's a string. It's a lace. You like that? So yeah, that's Star Trek, Jaime. Yeah, so there is Star Trek: The Original Series, which came out in the '60s, back in like 1966, and then about 10 years later, there was the animated series, and the animated series wasn't all that great. Like nobody liked it. It was supposed to continue the 5 year mission because during the opening credits of Star Trek, like of the original series, you would hear Captain Kirk say, "These are the voyages of the Starship Enterprise. Her 5 year mission, to explore strange new worlds. Boldly go where no man has gone before." Right. So there was supposed to be like at least 5 seasons of Star Trek, but they only got 3. And so there was the animated series, which came after, which was supposedly supposed to, uh, it was supposed to be the next 2 years, but it was a very low budget cartoon show, and the writing wasn't exactly the best. But that's not to say um, that the animated series didn't contribute to lore. The animated series, which is largely regarded as non-canonical, still has some episodes, concepts, and ideas that became canon, such as the introduction of a character by the name of Commodore Robert April, the original captain of the Enterprise, the very first captain, who was captain of the Enterprise for 1 year before giving command to Captain Christopher Pike, who several years later handed off role as captain to Captain Kirk. So Kirk is the third captain of the Enterprise. And so they introduce characters like Robert April. They introduce the concept of going to ridiculously fast warp speeds. Like there's one ship that can go to warp 36, which after the animated series, starting with Next Gen, they said there's like no such thing. They broke their rules in some of the episodes, but midway through Next Gen and like afterwards, they said no, there's nothing beyond warp 10. Like nobody can achieve warp 10, and if you do achieve warp 10, you have achieved instant teleportation to anywhere in the universe. It's called transwarp. And they were actively working on that technology back in not necessarily the original series, but the events after the original series, which is the movies. Scotty fucked up that plan for the Federation though by sabotaging the Excelsior, which was supposed to have the first experimental transwarp drive. But yeah, you had your original series, which led into the animated series, and then after the animated series, you had your movies, all starring the same actors and characters from the original animated series. And then in 1987, Star Trek Next Generation comes out. And that takes place like approximately 90 years later, like between 80 to 90 years after the original series. And now we have like a higher budget version of Star Trek, better special effects, better writing, better actors. Yeah, I suppose they're better actors. Not necessarily better characters. well, maybe they were better characters, I'd say. I mean, just Next Generation was better than original series overall. I suppose the best way to put it is, best way to sum it up is Wayne's World. Wayne's World put it best when Wayne says, "Ah, yes, it's much like Star Trek: The Next Generation. In many ways, it's superior to the original. It's superior to the original. Or in many ways, it is superior, but will never be as widely recognized as the original. So, original Star Trek, more recognized. People say Captain Kirk. Everyone knows who Captain Kirk is, but not everybody may know who Captain Picard is." Um, but yeah, Next Gen comes out takes place 80 to 90 years later after the original series. And then a few years into Next Generation, Deep Space Nine happens. A few years into Deep Space Nine, Star Trek Voyager happens. And then that is like the end of the timeline up until that point. The next series that came out was Enterprise. And Star Trek Enterprise is the story about the creation of the Federation. Like, the Federation doesn't exist yet. Earth is on its own. It has one ally, and those are the Vulcans. Meow. Meow. What is it? Yeah. Just come up here. Let me hold you. Yeah. Yeah. And cradle you again. There you go. Is it cold on the floor? Are you complaining that the air conditioner's too cold? Eh. Yeah, and after Enterprise ended in the mid 2000s, that was the last Star Trek we had, aside from the movies. Yeah, like Enterprise ended, I think, in like 2005. And then we wouldn't have any more Star Trek until 2009 with the new movies starring Chris Pine as Captain Kirk in the Kelvin timeline. And then we got that awful Star Trek Discovery. And then Star Trek Picard. Like, Picard started with a good idea. I did not like it. And it seems like the only way to save Picard was by bringing back pre-existing characters from the other series. They had to bring in fan service. Now, I'm not talking about big boobs fan service, although Jerry Ryan did return. It's like they couldn't survive. Picard couldn't survive on its own with its own characters. They had to bring in legacy characters. Until it just became a worse version of Next Gen. Yep. So, if you do decide to watch Star Trek, like I said, watch that original series episode I told you about. Or here, I just remember that there was maybe a movie that nobody liked, and the internet went crazy mad about that movie being trash. I don't know which one. I'll say that the three movies that we got in like 2009, 2012, and 2016, those were pretty good. Star Trek, Star Trek Into Darkness, and Star Trek Beyond. I really like those movies. I really do. I think they're very cool. But yeah, not everybody likes them because it doesn't do the whole diplomacy thing that original series was known for. There's certainly more conflict in the movies, more combat, less adventure. What the hell was that? Yeah, what was that? I'm not mad at you. That was funny. Do that again. I was watching you. Do it again. Can you do it again? Hey, Faf, how's it going? We're talking Star Trek. You want to get in? You want to get in? Get in on this conversation? I'm telling Jaime all about DS9. Actually, I'm telling him all about Star Trek in general. Oh. And then he leaves. I would say, I mean, it's been around longer. I mean, Star Wars is supposed to have very black and white narratives. Like, you clearly know who the good guys are and who the bad guys are. It's very much good versus evil with Star Wars because Star Wars is made for kids. George Lucas said that himself. And that's not bad. Star Wars is fucking amazing. Star Trek is for the more is definitely more for adults because it's about diplomacy, negotiations, and the resolution of conflicts. It's about exploring alien ideas and finding a way to coexist in a galaxy that could easily be at war with itself. Yeah, it's definitely more about politics. Damn, Trekkie's almost as bad as furries. Star Wars is Lord of the Rings, where Star Trek is Game of Thrones. Yeah, I saw that. You want to climb up there? Here, come on. Come on. Berta. Berta. Come on. Climb. You want to climb up here? Come on. Where are you going? What are you doing? Yeah. Go up here. Oh, I know what she likes. Want the chain? Want the chain? Come on. Good girl. Play with that. Girl cats love jewelry. So I got her like little like necklace thing. She loves it. Look at this. See this? Where'd it go? You're gonna lose it. You're gonna lose it. It's gone. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? This is the reason why I couldn't go down to Branson, Missouri next week. Because of her. All right. Where do we leave off? So, which one is which one's Hercules? Everyone hit the like button. Hey, thank you, Jaime. Coma, hey Coma. Xena is Trek, and Hercules is Wars. Definitely another reason to watch Star Trek now. Thanks, Coma. Yeah, Jaime was saying that he never liked Star Trek growing up, and he refused to watch it. But now that he's older, he's willing to give it a try. So I told him that if he's going to get introduced to Star Trek, I recommend my favorite episode of all time. Of all of Star Trek, I should say. Across all of the series. And that is the original series episode. Which one is it, Jaime? Which one did I tell you? Oh yeah, Coma. Yeah, you know. The Doomsday Machine. Fucking Coma knows. Doomsday Machine is the best fucking episode of all. Just a guess. Oh, holy shit. Dude, yeah, you're right. Doomsday Machine is my favorite Star Trek episode of all time. Best music, best lighting, cinematography, like one of the best stories that they could have told. Yeah, Jaime, if you're a fan of the story of Moby Dick, it's a Moby Dick story. That's as much as I'm gonna spoil that for you. It's like an adaptation of Moby Dick. It's so fucking good. Like, what if Moby Dick was a sci-fi story? Yeah. You want me to throw it again? Oh, time to bed. Good girl. I have it saved now, so I can watch it. Yes, dude, watch that. Watch that episode. Well, anyway, so we started talking about Star Trek because I said that there is. Okay, nobody else answer. I want to see if Coma gets it. Coma, are you still here? Are you still here? All right, cool. All right, so I was asking chat earlier, hey, who is and don't scroll up. Don't scroll up uh to spoil it. Or to cheat. But I was asking chat earlier, um, can you guess my favorite superhero? And I said I'll give you three guesses and one clue. The clue is Tom Baker. No. The clue is it is the first superhero ever written. The Mars guy. Ooh, uh, John something of Mars? John Carter? No, not John Carter. The first superhero ever written. And it's not Santa Claus. Man, I hate this autofocus thing. It's off too. I have autofocus off. It must be this camera doing it on its own. Sherlock Holmes? No. Yeah, I just need to get a better camera. Beelzebub? The devil? No. Beelzebub. The Lord of the Flies. Berta, you know, but you're not telling. Yeah. Don't say it. You're Clothis. Getting tangled? Getting stuck there? Alright, so. How is that not the first? After the King Ape? Alright, if you take too long, I'm just going to tell you. Who came first, Phantom or Superman? Actually, I don't know the answer to that. Tell them. I can bet they do not know like me. Alright, I'll give you one more clue, but you gotta promise me not to look it up. My other clue is he is 2/3 mortal and 1/3 god. You looked it up? Oh yeah? Who is it? Hugo Hercules? No, not Hercules. Hugo Hercules. No. No, I mean, he is 2/3 mortal and 1/3 god. You don't know? Okay. Gilgamesh. Gilgamesh is the first Perseus? No. It's now Perseus is just half god. Um no, it's Gilgamesh, King of Uruk. He is both the first superhero ever written about, and he is also the Epic of Gilgamesh is also the oldest story that we have in writing. That's still surviving today. So, history lesson, as I was letting Jaime know. Gilgamesh was the king of the city-state of Uruk in what is now central Iraq, or like central southeastern Iraq, and he reigned somewhere between 2600 to 2900 BC. This was during a time known as the early dynastic period, and later on, several hundred years later, stories were written about him in ancient Sumerian. The people had deified him and turned him into a superhero, and they wrote down his stories on clay tablets, many of which didn't survive. A few hundred years later, better preserved tablets that we have today in museums tell the stories written down in ancient Akkadian. And yeah, they more so complete what we currently have as the collection of uh, epics of Gilgamesh. Like the Epic of Gilgamesh is its own story. There are several other stories with Gilgamesh that are more or less incomplete, but the Epic um, is one of my favorite tales, and it is a big inspiration for one of my Tiberian Legend stories that I was telling ChatGPT about. And I was like, here, let me tell you about one of these stories that I was coming up with. And it's like, okay. And so I'd tell it some stuff, and it's like, here, let me give you some ideas. And I'm like, no, go fuck yourself. I already have my ideas here. And it's like, yeah, okay. uh, but I was telling ChatGPT about my Tiberian Legends RPG. And it's like, oh, cool. So you got some skills, rules, and everything. And I was like, yeah, I also have a bunch of lore for it too. You got a moment to listen? And ChatGPT was like, yeah, sure. Go ahead. So I said, all right. So I have a story um, that's very much like a retelling of the Epic of Gilgamesh, mixed in with the Book of Moses. But what if Moses was the bad guy? What if Moses was a monster? And ChatGPT was like, "Oh, that's very interesting." And I was like, "Yeah." So here's the story. It starts off during an age in my Tiberian Legends game known as the Dawn of Man. Or actually, yeah, during the time known as the Dawn of Man. And at this time, the gods, um, the nine Mithrils, are very active. Maybe Moses is a bad guy and we don't know about it. No. I mean, slaves were commonplace back then. And he just uses fucking god magic, divine magic to hurt a bunch of people. Maybe. Well, that's Old Testament shit, though. Um, but my story starts out with there is the tropical city. Now, this is not the first TL story. This one actually takes place later on, but still very early on in my TL mythos. But it takes place during a time known as the Dawn of Man, where civilization is still on the rise and extremely primitive. Definitely Bronze Age shit. Um, and like I said, the gods are very active in the development of in human culture and civilization. They play an active role, and the city of Ulukatia is ruled by a demigod. His race is known as the Mithraim, children of the Mithrils, um, born both human and god. And the ruler of the city, his name is Bill Games. Um, the city of Ulukatia is currently under siege by the nomadic forces of Emperor Hakamevarasi. Hakamevarasi is also known as the Emperor under the Emperor under the Infinite Sky, and he's brought his army, his massive fucking horde, to conquer this city, and they have it surrounded, and they're ready to break down the walls. But the city says like, halt, we're gonna send out somebody to talk to you guys. And so the gates open up and a single man comes on out, and Mevarasi's army takes him prisoner, and they bring him to the emperor, and they beat the shit out of him. And on top of the city wall there's a child, and they call out to the child and they're like, who are you? And like, where's your lord and leader? And he's like, I'm the son of the lord and leader Bill Games. They're like, oh yeah, well, where's your master? And he points down. And he's like, "That's him right there. Like that's his dad." And so the person that they're beating the shit out of, turns out he's like virtually immune to their attacks. And he grows super strong and starts to wail the fuck out of the enemy. Takes on an entire army all by himself. And after defeating the enemy, he captures Emperor Hakar Mevarasi. And Mevarasi's like, "Please spare me. I'll give you whatever you want." And Bill Games, or was it like during the fight while he's beating up the enemy, his brother, uh, comes in with his army and helps out. And like the Emperor's army is defeated, Emperor's captured, and he's like, "I'll give you whatever I want." And so Bill, King Bill Games, Bill says, like, "I'll let you go, but you got to promise to leave me and my people alone. You'll never come to our country. You'll never attack. You'll never sack our cities." Bill Gates? No, Bill Games. I pronounce it Bill Games because it looks like Bill Games, but the correct pronunciation for it would be Bilgames, which was an alternative pronunciation and spelling for the name Gilgamesh. So I just separated his name into two names, and it looks like Bill Games. And what do you know? It's a story in a game. So yeah, Bill says, "Hey, Mevarasi, I'll let you go. Just leave my people alone. Never come back." And Mevarasi's like, "All right, understood. We'll never come back. Promise." And so they let him go. He's escorted out of town until eventually he leaves beyond the lands. And everybody in the city of Uruk is happy and they're celebrating. The king has defended him. Everybody loves Bill. The emperor that they had captured was actually a decoy. It wasn't the real emperor. He reports back to the real Emperor Mevarasi, who was watching the battle from afar and formulating a plan. He sees that Uruk is protected by a king with superhuman strength and powers. So the best way to get to him is not to invite him into open combat, but really to like corner him to where he can't fight back. And so it turns out that Mevaraz, TL, Jaime says, "TL, I have to go for maybe 1 hour, so if I do not see you when I'm back, thank you for the stream, man. This chat was awesome. Really enjoyed it a lot. Do more chat with TL streams, man. They are great." Thank you, Jaime. Yeah, I might be around in about an hour. I don't know. Depends on how long it takes for me to tell a story. So, yeah, the fake Mevarasi delivers information to the real Mevarasi, who is watching the battle from afar, and like I said, coming up with an idea on how to defeat Bill and take his city for his own, plunder its resources, enslave its people, make his army grow, and then move on to the next city-state. This dude's just a wandering conqueror. Do it Thursday. I might be able to do it Thursday. I know I won't be able to do it tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm going to be gaming with my friends. We'll probably be finishing up V Rising, the vampire survival game. That game's fucking taking forever to play. It had me really frustrated too. It could just be unforgivingly difficult in not the best ways. Like fucking Ghosts and Goblins seems more fair than this game. But yeah. So Mevarasi's like, "Well, we already have a solution on how to get inside of the city." So Bill has a brother who is a prince who rules over another city. Came to his aid during the battle. The prince, or Bill's brother, I guess I'll just call him a king. He's also a king too. So his brother, his family, has actually been captured by Mevarasi, and Mevarasi tells him, "Look, you're gonna help us sneak into the city at night, and we're gonna penetrate the castle. And if you don't help us, we're gonna kill your family." The king is like, "Please don't. I'll do anything. Spare my family. I'll let you in. Just please don't hurt them." The king doesn't Bill's brother doesn't realize that his family has actually already been killed. Mevarasi was just bullshitting. Uh, he already killed his family, and he's just telling him, "Yeah, I'll let them go." Right? The king has no idea that his family's already been slaughtered. But by not having that knowledge, he obeys Mevarasi, and during a party celebrating the victory over Mevarasi's army, um, Bill is poisoned. Like, his food and drink is poisoned. But being the half god that he is, the poison doesn't kill him. It just weakens him to the point where he's not a very capable fighter in this state. Now, his brother manages to get in Mevarasi and all of his special, elite soldiers. They take the castle. They barricade themselves into the throne room, or throne room. Maybe it's like the Great Hall of Bill's castle. And even in his inebriated state, Bill is able to kill Mevarasi's men. But when him and Mevarasi get into a fight, Mevarasi manages to land a lethal blow on Bill, slays him in battle, fells his enemy, and also Bill's brother is also killed before that fight happens. Like, he apologizes to his brother. He's like, "I'm so sorry, like, I had no choice. Like, it's the only way that they'll let my family go." And that's when Mevarasi is like, "Well, I'll let you join your family." Boom, you're dead. Kills him. So Bill is like, "Okay, well, my brother's dead. It sounds like they're going to kill my son too. I need to put up the best fight that I can." And Mevarasi bests Bill in combat. Bill goes down. Mevarasi, believing that he's the winner, is actually killed by Bill's son, who manages to land like a sneak attack on him. And the battle is over. Emperor Haka Mevarasi is slain. His armies disband, and Uruk is saved. Or not Uruk, but Uruk-hai. I pronounced it right the second time. What? Why are you judging me? I love you. Do you want a chair to sit on? I'll be right back. We'll get a chair. There you go. So what? That's not better? All right, whatever. So Bill is slain in battle, but his enemy also gets killed. And The people mourn the loss of their leader. Their demigod king, Bill Games, is gone. And so the people entomb him, and they bury him. Uh, they bury him in a tomb beneath the river. And then Bill wakes up and pushes open his sarcophagus, or his coffin, whatever, his entombment. And when he opens it up, he's not at the bottom of a river, or he's not underground. He opens up his coffin, or his tomb, his sarcophagus. I'll just call it sarcophagus. Opens it up, and it's just a blasted landscape around him. It's just fucking desert. It's all wastes. There's ruins of something that used to be some like large buildings, maybe a castle or something. It's all fucking gone. It's just nothing but like sand and dust and dirt. Little to no vegetation. It's just arid. And he has no clue what happened. Best of his knowledge, he was wounded, he fell asleep, and then he woke up. And he doesn't know where he is or why his people left him in this place. But as he's looking around, he sees that the landscape is different. And he's got to find his way back home. Because who knows what danger his people are in. Now, he's virtually naked. Has little to no possessions on him. He just has his loincloth. All of his clothes have otherwise rotted away. And first thing he has to do is collect resources, create some tools for himself to survive, find some food. And so he leaves the region that he's in and finds a place with vegetation, some palm trees and bushes, ferns and stuff, and a river. He's getting really hungry after creating shelter for himself, and he tracks a wild boar. The boar's milling about doing its own business, and so Bill's like, okay, I'm gonna go catch this boar, I'm gonna cook it, I'm gonna eat it. And so he goes after the boar, and just as he's about to attack the boar, or kill the boar... What? You're interrupting my story. Yeah. Berta, I play with you every day. Why can't you be a normal kitty and go to sleep? Just go to sleep. Go to sleep. I should read her the bedtime story, Go the fuck to sleep. Just like Samuel L. Jackson read. Yeah. She's that little girl. So Bill encounters the boar, and he's hunting the boar. And he's about to deliver a strike with a primitive weapon. But just before he does, the boar gets spooked, and out from the foliage comes another man. Or at least, it's shaped like a man, but it's not a man. It's actually a minotaur. A minotaur with a big old bony crest coming out of his forehead. Several plates. Like there's a plate right here. There's another one up above it. Behind it. Another one up above behind there. And that is the symbol of the monsters. Of the monster races on Tiberia. That bony plate is their connection to the planet. It's how they interpret the will of the planet. And it's otherwise their mind control device. The planet tells monsters, kill people. And this one is trying to kill Bill. It's trying to kill Bill Games. So they get into a fight. They're throwing fists. Bill is not as strong as he used to be. but he's been dead a long time. He's been sleeping a long time. So he's kind of lost his strength, right? He has to get it back. And this fight with a Minotaur just might be the way for him to get it back. So him and the Minotaur are fighting. They're throwing each other around. One of them literally tossed into a tree. And then when Bill is getting up to his feet, the Minotaur starts charging him. He's going to gore him with his horns. And Bill powers up a punch, summons his strength, and punches the fucking monster right in the head, right in that bony crest, cracking it, like splintering it in half, severing its connection to the planet, and thus its mind control. And when the Minotaur gets knocked to the ground, all of a sudden his will has been liberated, and he can now think and act on his own. And then Bill starts to advance on him, and the Minotaur's like, no, wait. Bill doesn't recognize this plea to stop fighting right away, and continues to batter the shit out of the Minotaur. And eventually he strikes him, and the Minotaur goes plummeting into the river that was nearby. The Minotaur is being swept away, can't fight the currents, he's really tired, and he's panicking. Bill, who is a hero, sees now, oh goodness, this creature's gonna die, and it's begging for help. I can't let that happen. So he runs down the river and does what he can to try to save him, and manages to catch the Minotaur by climbing out onto like a branch, looking over the river. But when he grabs onto Bill, the tree that he's on snaps. They're both pulled into the river, swept down currents, and go over a waterfall. They both manage to survive, climbing ashore, climbing on a muddy bank together. And they're very tired and exhausted. And they just have no willpower to fight each other. And that's when they hear nearby that wild boar that they were hunting is eating some vegetation, so eating some food. And then the two guys, they look at each other, they begin to laugh. And next scene is they started a campfire and they're eating the boar together. Like they cooked it up, and they are no longer hostile towards each other. The Minotaur is able to speak, and he tells Bill in a language that he understands, the language of the Mithrils, the god's tongue, how he is a monster, and that monsters are creatures born from the planets using planet energy or planet spirit energy to wreak havoc on humanity. Their sole purpose is to kill people, because humans and the humanoid races did something a long time ago that offended the planet, and now everything has to be reset to zero. Planet can't do it with geological disasters because that power was stolen from her. So she has to rely on other living creatures that she can birth to do it. He was one of those creatures, but now his ability to speak to the planet has been severed, and its domination over him has been lost. So he has gained free will, and that's when Bill is like, you know what? You and I, we're gonna be brothers from this moment on. Like, you don't have a family, I'm gonna be your family. We're gonna be brothers, not just brothers in arms, not just comrades. You are now officially my brother. I love you, and we're gonna hang out. And he gives him the name Enkidu. Anki and Du is a combination of old mithril words that translates to the bowl of heaven. And so the Minotaur is now named the Bowl of Heaven, or Enkidu, which Bill often just refers to him as Anki. And yeah, they finish up their meal, but Bill is kind of reluctant to say who he is or where he's come from. He does eventually share some of that information, but Enkidu has no idea what he's talking about. Yeah. 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 Is it because it's on the floor? Want me to put it back up here? All right. Want to come up here? What's that Fortnite song? I'm a kitty. I'm a kitty kitty cat. Don't mess with me. We're gonna get scratched. Kitty. Yeah. Right? You love that song. You love it when I play that in Lethal Company. I'm a kitty kitty. I'm a cat. Yeah. All right. That's enough of that, Berta. We'll do more of that tomorrow night. All right. So, where was I? Yeah. So they have their campfire. Bill names the Minotaur Enkidu, which translates to the Bull of Heaven, and says, "Hey, we're brothers from this point on, and that you're not going to be alone, and together we'll find my city and what happened to it. I got to protect my people. I got to get back to my son." What? There she goes. All right. So that's how their night ends. At the same exact time, or at the same time, elsewhere, in the neighboring country, there is a place called the Republic of Dovaso. Dovaso is a city that is a first of its kind. It is a um, constitutional republic similar to the U.S. and they they have a caste system of upper class and lower class people, but then below them are is the servant class, which is nothing but monsters, monster slaves. All of these monsters have had their bony crowns removed from their heads, so they no longer have a connection to the planets, and they've been all enslaved to do the bidding of humans. Up in the presidential palace, um, somebody shows up. Um, Amidst a gathering of all the political powers, appears a wizard of sorts. It's actually an ogre mage. And the ogre says, "Hey, let my people go. And if you don't, I'm going to set upon your city a series of plagues that'll wipe you all out." The president doesn't buy it. He's like, "You're just a monster. You have no power here. We're going to kill you." And he tries to have his soldiers kill the ogre mage, but when they do, they find out he's just an illusion. He's not actually there. And then he gives his warning, his words of warning, saying if he doesn't obey, then in due time the first plague will burn the city. The president and his people are a little shaken with fear and anxiety, not knowing if what this monstrous humanoid said is true or will ever come true. The First Lady, however, she recognizes him. She didn't at first, she just had a suspicion. But when he left, she believes that she heard the voice of her long-lost adopted son, Humbaba. And that's kind of like the end of my first chapter of that story. Or it's more like the end of chapter 2, I guess. The next part is about Bill and Enkidu going on an adventure. They're traveling across the country, and that's when they encounter a tribe. A tribe of barbarians, and they're all orcs. Bill has no idea what the fuck an orc is. They didn't exist when he lived. Never seen or heard of these people before. So, he encounters them, and they take him as a slave, or they try to. And well, they do. They capture him and Enkidu. And they're like, "Okay, well, you're our slaves now, and we want to fight you." So they throw him into a gladiatorial pit against their best fighter. And Bill still hasn't recouped his strength yet. So he's still a little weak. Ooh, I need this knife. Oh, there we go. I had to scratch my back. And yeah, so Bill is thrown into a gladiatorial pit. He's fighting the biggest orc they have, the biggest, strongest orc. This orc tribe, this clan, is ruled by a female orc, a very beautiful female orc, like hypersexualized, very attractive, and she kind of likes Bill, finds him exotic, untamed, and can like sense his strength. She believes that there's something amazing about this person, but she'd like to see him fight for his life in the pit. And so Bill fights this orc. He's getting his ass kicked, but he lands a couple of good blows against his foe, and some of the crowd starts to cheer for him. And when he hears that cheering, that's when his strength begins to return. And then he puts down the orc boss, or the orc gladiator, kicks the shit out of him, plasters him against the wall, Everyone cheers for this human, and they let him out. They're all like hugging and touching him and like giving him pats on the back and stuff, rubbing his head. And they're like, "Yeah, you're all right. You're one of us now." And so they have their own little celebration. They're having a dinner. Ankidu is inking out with the orc women who are all like all over him, like a lot of orc prostitutes. And they're like feeding him, right, as he's like laying back and stuff. He's enjoying it. Bill, however, is a little distant. I mean, he revels with the group, but he's missing his family. He's missing his people, and he wants to return to them. He's kind of recalling the last celebration that he had, which in his mind was just a few nights ago. And then the leader of the orcs, Hina, or Hinana, or Himana. She's like, "Hey, you know, you're quite powerful. I recognize your strength, and you're not like other humans. How about you stay here and like you can be my consort, right?" And he's like, "Yeah, that's very nice and all, but I can't do that. Like, I got to get back to my own people. I have to get back to my kid. I have to get back to my city and make sure that it's protected against the forces of Mevarasi." And she's like, "I have no clue what the fuck you're talking about, but this is not an invitation. This is an order. If you don't join me, I can't let you go, right? I can't have you falling into my enemy's hands and then you fighting for them. So join us. So join me as my lover or die." And he's like, no. And he spurns her, and she is greatly offended to that by that. And so she decides that this person that she decides that Bill should die for rejecting her. Nobody's ever rejected her before. This is new. And Bill's like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna play ball. I'm a king already. Um, and I'm not gonna rule your people. I have my own people that I have to protect." So, uh, Bill and Ankidu are attacked by Himana and her clan, her barbarian horde. And that's when Bill like really regains his strength, and he starts going all Hercules mode against all of Himana's men, and him and Enkidu, who is of equal strength to him, they just bury the hell out of this tribe until Himana is the last one standing, and she's not gonna fight. I mean, they just more or less like beat up all of the orcs. They didn't go on like a slaughtering spree. They didn't like kill a whole bunch of people. They just kind of put them in their place. You know, like uh, what was it? Spencer and Bud Spencer style. And yeah, eventually they're leaving, and it turns out, or what is it? Uh, Himana is cursing them, saying that one of these days she's gonna get them, and they're gonna die, and she'll be happy when the day comes. Ankiru takes um takes some food that he took, like a big old like leg of some type of beast of burden and lobs it back at her and hits her. The two laugh about it, and then they leave. Yeah, she promises one day they're gonna pay. Then, the two of them continue their adventures out west as they cross the borders of one country into the Republic of Devasso. They hear from some people that there is this city that may have records of the place where they might know about the city of Ulukatia and how Bill can get back home. So he's like, all right, well, if anybody knows anything, this president might know. Let's go talk to him. So they pass through a few villages, they get some information, and they're on their way. Meanwhile, the time has come, and the ogre mage, Humbaba, shows back up, and he's in the city, or he's at the presidential palace, and tells the president, all right, like, will you let my monsters go? The president says no. He's like, all right, well, I warned you. And a series of quakes, getting more and more powerful, getting stronger. And off in the distance is a fire on the horizon, getting closer to the city. And the people, the city guard, they have no clue what they're looking at. Nobody's ever seen anything like this before. Here comes a humanoid figure, bathed in fire, and 1,000 fucking feet tall. And it stands in front of the city outside of its gates, and everybody is trying to attack it. None of their attacks are doing shit to this thing. It pulls itself back, and this creature, which is a type of fire elemental, it's the primal elemental of fire. It's actually like the god of fire itself. Everybody comes to know him as Djinn, but his real name is what is it? Look it up real quick. OneDrive, tell me what I need to know. Alright, Tiberian Legends, Currents, Bible, Legend of Divine Creation. Sirfil Ra. The Guardian of the Flame is the primal elemental of fire. He is also called Cinder, the magma god. His sacred mount is Suzaku. His domain is the Obsidian Keep at the heart of Mount Bal on Hito Island in the archipelago near Delta Coast. He resembles an emaciated man with dragon horns and receding skin, the very image of a demonic beast. Despite his appearance, he is perhaps the most outspoken supporter of Tiberians. He is the protector of Akumajin's sword, the Alakat. Djinn can swim through magma and lava as if they were water. His power, he can vomit a stream of molten lava at high speeds. So yeah, in this form, he's 1,000 feet tall. He's standing before the city, and they're launching attacks at him. Ballistas, arrows, whatever. It's not doing shit. And then he pulls himself back, and to describe his face, like I mentioned, he's got these big old dragon horns. And he too has like the big old monster crown on his head. His face is just a giant mouth with teeth dotting the lower and upper jaws. And inside his head, it's just hollow. There's like a star on the inside. And from that star, it starts gathering in energy as he pulls himself back. And then, boom, fucking a volcano, like volcanic lava, just bursts out of his face and throws itself at the city, bashing down the walls under the weight and burning and melting fucking everything. Just all these people and buildings at the front of the city, they begin to die. And it goes on a goddamn rampage. Nobody's able to stop him, save for one person. A druid, a woman by the name of Aga. Aga comes on by, and she summons the power of the weather, creates a storm that that diminishes the elemental's power, and thus is able to defeat him. But once he dies, gone with him is all the fire in the world. So the elemental force of fire has been taken away. And with all the fires out, the city goes dark. Only magic is able to illuminate the city. And back in the presidential palace, the ogre mage says that is the first of many plagues to come, and that there will be another soon, unless his monster kin is set free. The president, believing that Aga is powerful enough to resist the plagues of the ogre mage, doesn't back down. He's like, nope, they're mine. I'm not getting rid of them. And then before he leaves, the first lady confronts the ogre mage, and she's like, is it you? Is it you, Humbaba? Are you my son? She's human, by the way. He's not. The ogre mage is quite literally an ogre. He doesn't speak to her, but she, upon engaging him, has come to the conclusion, yeah, that is him. And she asks, what happened to him? Why did he turn out this way? So, it is after the fight that the sun finally breaks, and all of the warmth that had died at night begins to come back from the sun, and the people are able to see, and they witness the devastation that had become their city. Their walls are down. They are vulnerable to the outside. A lot of their people were killed. A lot of their guards killed. There's just a trail of blasted ruins and just devastation streaking across the landscape from where the fire had torched everything. All the fire and lava was everywhere. Everything that was lava has just instantly turned to stone. Pretty cool so far, right? This is just one of my TL stories. Now, near the same time, but shortly after, it's like the next day, Bill and Ankidu are not too far from the the city of Astra, which is the capital of the country of Magesta. And I apologize. I mentioned that they had crossed the boundaries into the Republic of Devaso, which was not true. They crossed into Magesta. Actually, they were already in Magesta. They come across the capital of Magesta, which is the city of Astra. Astra is the magic capital of the world. It is a city that is bisected by a great river, where there is a small island in the middle of the river, and on that island is the Cowthedra. The Cowthedra is a great big wonder, a huge building that was built as a palace, where the Messiah Nephromagy is buried, where she's entombed. And Nephromagy, as I just mentioned, she was the Messiah. She was the hero who saved the world countless or numerous times. She is the first of her kind, where she is not a mithril. She's not one of the Mithrahim. She is a regular mortal, but she has the power of the gods. She was the first person known to history, to be born with the gift of magic. That when Nephra was born, she was born to the Emperor of Pheno-Lancetia, but she was born with hideous birth defects. She didn't look like other people. She didn't look like anybody else. She didn't look like her twin sister, where her twin sister was a normal human. Nephra was born with a tail. She was born with a degraded pinky finger. Degraded pinky fingers on both hands. Like they're vestigial and they didn't really serve a purpose, so they started to recede. Her tail is kind of like a horse or rat tail, but it's got hair just like you would have on your head, like some bushy hair, so it's very similar to a horse tail. And she has the long pointed ears of elves, as Japanese fantasy anime like to show. Kind of like ears, kind of like D-Lit from Record of Lodoss War. And that she's very fair-skinned, but a lot of people don't like her because she's very different. She looks different. She doesn't know why people don't like her, but those who raised her absolutely love her. And it wasn't her family that raised her, as she was cast out from the royal family upon her birth. But eventually, Nephra would grow up to find out that she has magical powers that were granted to her by a god before he went missing. The god of magic gave her all of his abilities. And she would grow up to inherit the name Nephromagy, or she would inherit the name, yeah, she would get that name. It was given to her by one of her enemies. An enemy that would eventually become an ally. And she would go on to find out, to weed out the corruption in her family, and find out that there is another magic user, at least somebody with similar powers given to him by another force, by a wicked and vile force that's hidden deep in the earth. And the two have their bout, or monsters are created for the first time. Not specifically by the planet, they're called forth by her enemy. But she wipes them out, and she confronts the villain and defeats him. Her family is also killed in the battles that had occurred, and everyone expects her to take control, to like become the leader of the people. But she's like, no, I gotta find my own way. Like, this was never my life, and I'm not gonna accept it. So I'm gonna go. And I trust these other people who have taken care of me throughout my years to be better leaders. They have shown that they have what it takes to care for somebody truly in need who has nothing, and they're going to take care of you. Everything's going to be okay. So she leaves Fina Lancetia and goes to the mainland. And while on the mainland, she's living in the imperial city of Thal, which at the time is not actually an empire just yet. It's just a kingdom. And it turns out that monsters are starting to spring up everywhere. And a lot of them are hunting her in particular. Like there's something about her that she needs to die. And so she's constantly being pursued by monsters. And that monster hunters are starting to appear across the world. There are some back from the place where she came from, which became known as the Soldiers of Liberation. And up north, where she goes to, she finds a group called the Imperial Wardens, or just like the Wardens at the time. And they become monster hunting specialists as well. While she's living her life up there and writing letters back home to her old friend Presbus, she meets somebody who is being pursued by the city's police, and or some people. I'm trying to recall the story exactly. She meets up with somebody, and this person has a device on him, and he says it's one of several devices that supposedly, once they're all joined together, it'll act as a key to open up the path to the Holy Land. Now, she decides to join this guy on his adventure because she wants to see more of the world and what this Holy Land is. At the same time, there is another person, a man, who is like a black-skinned version of Nephra, who also has similar powers to her. And he's pursuing her every step, like just one step behind her everywhere she goes. So her and her friend, they go on their adventure out west, and they pass through several locations, meet new people. One of them is an orc named Orcus. He is actually the first of his kind. He is the first orc. And they encounter a... That's right. Yeah, you know the story. So they encounter Orcus. Orcus has one of the devices, one of the keys that Nephra's companion is looking for. They encounter another dude, a halfling by the name of Gunma. Gunma is like a firearms expert, hence the name Gunma. And he's like a little halfling that likes to dress in pots and pans as armor. And they encounter another character. I'm forgetting her name. Forgetting some of my characters' names. But she's like a 7-foot tall human woman with red skin, or reddish skin. And she is a part of a clan known as the Rue, which are like wild humans. So their exposure to the elements and their uncivilized, but not in a negative term. I mean uncivilized, not like as in savage, but just they haven't adapted to civilization. They're very rural. They're very untamed. Uh, they're just wild. They're wild people. Um, and they have to deal with monsters on a daily basis. Um, she also knows of where one of these keys are, and they go out into the desert. She knows of the desert that leads to the Holy Land. Nobody's ever been able to cross it before. The desert is a massive valley in between two treacherous mountain ranges. Hey, you're back. Hey, how's it going, Jaime? Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm talking about the story of Nephromagy right now as it pertains to my Bill Games story. I said that Bill and Ankidu have reached the city of Astra, which is the city that was founded by Nephromagy. Nephromagy is the messiah of the Tiberians, and she is like the original hero who had saved mankind on more than one occasion. And how she was born with defective features, but she had the power of a god, because one of the gods quite literally gave her all of his powers before he disappeared and went to go die in a war somewhere. And Nephra has been battling monsters her whole life. Well, almost her whole life, ever since she was a teenager. Ever since she was around 15 years old. Because another person who had access to magic from another source, from a wicked and vile source, was trying to stop her. But after defeating him and her monsters, she left her country, went to another place, found somebody who's like, hey, I need several keys to unlock the way to the Holy Land. And she's like, yeah, I'll join you. I've got nothing better going on. I want to see the world. And they encounter many friends on the way, or they make new friends on the way. And they're being pursued by another character that's just like Nephra, who has black skin and is otherwise her opposite. Where she is a good-natured person who wants to help people, this guy is apathetic and doesn't care about hurting others. His one goal is trying to get to her. He's trying to find her. And, yeah, after meeting Orcus and Gunma and, what's her name? A tall red woman. They're venturing through the desert that has claimed every life that has gone through it, to the best of everyone's knowledge. But she's not human, right? The tall red woman is a human. She's a type of human. Actually, all of the Tiberian races... Oh, the 10-foot lady? No, I'm not talking about her. She's not around yet. I'm talking about way, way, way in the past. Now, this the tall red woman that I'm talking about, she's about like 7 feet tall. She's just a different type of human. Technically, all of my races are a variant of human, with the exception of the Now races. The Now Melu, the Now Ruda, the Now Tielu. Those are actually hybridized animals. No, I think Bird is using a cat box. But everybody, including like the shark people and the fucking crab people and the octopus people and all of the elvish-like people and all the dwarvish-like people, if you can call them that, they're all just, even the orcs and the Tororu, they're all a variant of human. They were all human at one point. They're all different races now. And really, the Tiberian races aren't true humans either. They were, like, the initial Tiberian race looks just like humans. There are some very slight and subtle differences, such as spotted or striped skin. It's not very apparent. But it's kind of like the difference between hyper realistic looking people and anime looking people, right? So like clearly there's a difference between these styles. And so you have regular humans and then you have the Rex, specifically Ray Rex, which pass off as regular humans, but the Tiberian races are technically mammo-reptilian. So they're not pure mammals. There's something different. They are a something else. They're not mammals. They're not reptiles. They're mammo-reptilians. They're like synapsids almost. So something like that. Something in between. Not specifically synapsids. They are something else. But anyway, this story of Nephromagy. So she would eventually make it across the desert, unite all of the pieces that her friend was looking for, gain passage to the Black Tower, which is this massive fucking satellite dish looking object, whose structure is built halfway into the ocean. And it turns out that there is somebody at the center of this Black Tower that's been looking for her, and had found the black skinned man that's looking for her. He hired him to find her and to bring her there. Because he wants to use her as a battery to power his facility to wake up all of his machines and all of the humans that are buried underground. Well, that plan doesn't work. The monsters show up. The Imperial Wardens show up. And then it's a great big battle. And eventually the good guys win. 1 year later, Nephra writes another letter to Presbys all the way back home and explains her stories and says that after her whole adventure, she now has friends and a family, or she has a family of friends, and her companion that she started her adventure with have fallen in love. And then her next story is about how her boyfriend, it turns out that he is actually a long lost prince from the city of Arlator, the city-state of Arlator down south, and that he had fled a long time ago after his father had died. So his father had gone through a couple of wives. His first wife gave him a son, and that's who our hero is. And then he had two more wives, or he had another wife at least. And this other wife, she also has a son. She has her own child, not with the king. And nobody knows it, but she fucking killed him. She fucking kills the king and makes it look like an accident. And says like, oh, well, or it doesn't necessarily make it look like an accident. It's insinuated that the prince, that the crowned prince, heir to the throne, is the one who killed his father. And so, Lion King style, she has him run away. And she does this all with the purpose of making her own child the king of the land, the king of Arlator. Arlator is a city also known as the Cerulean Curtain, because you take like this crescent moon shaped mountain range, this crescent moon shaped waterfall that's like 3 to 400 feet tall, right? Niagara Falls in this great big half moon shape. And it's got many rivers, but a landmass near the center. And that's where the city of Arlator is. And Arlator is very, very much kind of like a Hindu city. like its people, its culture, very much like them. And the queen, Queen Gavaraji, yeah, she kills the king, blames it on the crown prince, who then runs away. Is She exiles him, uh, and says, "No, well, it's my son who's next in line for the throne, so he is your new king." You would expect that her son is a piece of shit who's going along with mom's plan. No, this stepbrother, he's a good guy. He knows his brother's innocent, but he can't prove it. And he accepts role of leadership, but he says, "I'm not the king, and I never will be. My brother is the rightful king. My stepbrother is the rightful king, and I'm gonna keep his throne. I'm gonna sit on his throne until he gets back. We're gonna prove that he's right, or that he's innocent, and I'm not gonna let my mom have her way." This pisses her off. Obviously, her plan didn't work. Her own son, which she thought was gonna take her side, no. He's like, "Nah, I'm just gonna sit here until my brother gets back. He's the true ruler, and I love him." But eventually, he's found, and the king of Arlator, the acting king of Arlator, finds him and says, "Hey, I want you to come home. We're gonna get all of this resolved." So Nefra finds out that her boyfriend is actually a king. She is a princess to a ruined empire, to an empire lost, and that her boyfriend is an exiled prince who is told to come back home and reclaim his throne. And so they go back, and they go on this whole other adventure. They meet up with some of their friends from their previous adventure, who comes with them. They encounter another friend, a dwarf. Can't remember his name, but he joins up with them, and the party is constantly being attacked by assassins, shape-shifting assassins. It turns out these shape-shifting assassins are monsters. They are mimics. Mimics are humanoid monsters that are able to change their likeness by putting on by giving off an aura of glamour. They can trick other people into thinking they're seeing somebody else, somebody like themselves, when really it's the Rakshasas. The Rakshasas are the assassins that are after them, and the Rakshasas, the Rakshasi, I should say, like the female Rakshasas, those are the assassins, are led by another Rakshasa, a male Rakshasa, and his name is Lavana. They try to kill Nefra and her boyfriend several times, and it doesn't work. It turns out, too, that the dwarf that's with them is also a shapeshifter, and he's trying to fight. He's trying to fight with them. He's trying to protect them. His control, his his connection to the planet has been severed, and he wants to be a good guy. So he's been trying to help Nefra along the way. But he gets slain on the way. Eventually, those shapeshifters are always badass. Yeah, they are. Yeah, there's two types of monsters in Tiberian Legends. Even though there are many creatures that you could say, "Oh, monster." No, but monster is a specific type of creature. And there are two types, two subtypes. There are mimics and chimeras. Where a mimic is a humanoid creature that is able to disguise its form as something else. And a chimera is when you combine at least 3 different types of animals into one and create a terrifying beast out of that. What is it? What? Man, you're not making any sense. Oh, is that it? Berta, why don't you go lay down? Come here, lay down up here. Want to lay down next to me? Come on. Let's make this the Berta show. Everyone's come to see you. One. Oh, okay. You're just licking yourself. Oh, you're done? That was fast. Is it because I turned away from you? Yeah? Come here. Give me your little puss puss. Yeah. All right. Those are the way types. Well, those are my monster types. Elementals are different from monsters, but elementals also include dragons. Elementals are either dragons or they are spirits. Uh, so dragons don't fall under monster. They are a type of elemental force. They are not a true animal. What do you want? I'll be right back. Damn it, man, I'm not going to poop. I needed to talk to my friend and got some water. Ew. Where was I? Yeah, so Queen Gavaraji. Turns out that she is in contact with that same sinister force that was trying to destroy Nefra a few years back. So what's stopping you from making this game story into reality? Me. I'm stopping me. Because writing is rewriting, and I have writer's block, and I have confidence issues. And in my older age, I am starting to lose motivation. Every time that I've tried pursuing dreams in the past, shit's fallen apart. I've lost my home twice. I've lived in a dumpster because of it. It's difficult to get back on that horse when you are reinforced with negativity, not just from yourself, but from circumstances and consequences. I'm not the one who wins. Um, I don't have the thing in my life that that will give me the confidence to move forward. And really, it should be me that does that. But there's a part of me that's given up. But anyway, Queen Gavaraji has a dragon on her side. She also is the one who is in control of these of the Rakshasas, and Lubana has been serving her, him and his Rakshasi assassins. Two of up to this point have been eliminated. Eventually, Arlator is completely taken over by monsters, and the people have been imprisoned within their own homes, and they can't fight back. The Imperial Wardens are doing what they can to take care of the situation, but they have been rendered powerless, and are also told that they are forbidden from venturing into Arlator unless they want to go to war with the city of Thal, or unless the city of Thal wants to go to war with Arlator, which they don't. Arlator is another major city-state with a lot of power. And with that monster force under Queen Gavaraji's control, and a dragon obeying her too, she's near fucking unstoppable. But that's where Nefra comes in. She and her allies manage to fight their way through the city of Arlator. They get to the palace. They're about to have their final confrontation, and that's when Queen Gavaraji is like, Lubana, like, I order you to kill her. And Lubana, like I said, is a monster. He's got that bone crest thing. And he looks at Gavaraji and looks back at Nefra, and he takes his crown and he fucking rips it off of his forehead, leaving just like a big ol' open wound in his skull. And yeah, he is no longer bound by the will of the planet. He actually had the strength to do it to himself, something that no monster has, and he just did it. Like, he saw that that one brother was gonna die. Well, like, the two brothers were gonna die, and Nefra was sacrificing everything, or like risking everything to save them and to bring down the evil queen. So Lubana, Nefra or Nefra, PH. How do you spell it? Nefra, PH. The name Nefra, even though I know that it translates into like kidney, the name Nefra was actually inspired by an episode of Tales from the Crypt that had Michael Anthony Hall in it. And it was about like a really nerdy college chick and like a jock, and how she was into ancient Egyptian shit, and she was studying an Egyptian queen named Nefra, and that's where I got the name. And I was like, oh, Nefra, I love it. Just like how another one of my characters, Empress Maya Culex, I got the Culex part from Super Mario RPG, and her name Maya. Well, Maya is the name of many characters, which I'd seen over and over, But really, the one that solidified my use for naming a character Maya was the character Maya from Killer Instinct 2. Even though I was already aware of a character named Maya beforehand in Star Fox 2, back when that was first being talked about in magazines. Because there's the characters Maya and Miyu. But Maya is also my favorite name. Absolute favorite name. And I also like the name Nefra and the name Faye. I love those names. Or yeah, Star Fox 2. Sorry, not Maya and Star Fox 2. I'm thinking Maya and something else because in Star Fox 2 is Faye and Miyu. Sorry, Faye was the poodle, and Miyu was the cat. She was like a serval or something like that. You know, like a savannah cat. I forget. Not like a lynx, of some sort. Where was I? Oh yeah. So Jaime says, TL. So you have the map you showed before handy? I want my wife to see it. I'm telling her about you and how cool all the board game stuff looks. Well, I mean, yeah. Again, this is not the official map of the game. This was my alpha prototype. This guy here. At this point in the story that I'm talking about, they are here. This is where Arlator is. This is Thal. And way down here is the city of Radnakau. And all the way over here is Delta Coast. And this is the city of Astra. This is where in my story that I was mentioning, where Bill Games and Ankidu are currently at. And just north of there is Davaso. Republic of Davaso. Now known as the ruins of Davaso. It's still a city, but it's a husk of its former self. But with Nefra, she confronts Gavaraji. Gavaraji sends Lubana to go kill her. Lubana is like, nope, rips his crown off his head, severs his connection to the planet, tosses it to the side and says, this is your fight. I'm out of here. And he just saves himself. He just walks away. Something no monster has ever done before. And so, Nefra is able to confront Gavaraji. Hey, thanks, man. I wanted her to see it. Really appreciate it. Hey, you're welcome. Gavaraji then uses her profane abilities to combine herself with her dragon and turns into a super monster of sorts. Nefra has the fight of her life, but eventually comes out the winner. And later on, her and her boyfriend get married. They have children. They venture up north to the country of Majesta, where they establish the city of Astra, and it becomes the magic capital of the world because she is the most powerful magic user ever to exist. And all of her children are also magical geniuses. They're all wizards and such. But unlike her family, she has unnatural longevity. She doesn't age. She doesn't age beyond a certain point. So she outlives everybody until her family is her extended family eventually becomes what is known as the 100 Meiji. And there are like religious sects that are dedicated to them and the individuals within. And they all go off to do their own cool and heroic stuff. But do their magic, the long-lasting youth. Yeah. So there's actually an ability in my TL RPG where once you get to a certain level, one of the class abilities that you can get for being a mage is just unnatural longevity. You no longer age. As long as you maintain doing your regular mortal stuff, eating, sleeping, breathing, drinking water, you'll live forever. You just stop aging. The point of magic, however, is different. So the way magic works in TL is that those who cast magic are rewriting the laws of the universe. They are breaking reality and creating something entirely new. It isn't simply oh, magic is when you create something over here, you're taking it from somewhere else. No, that's not it. People who use magic are tapping into uh, an unknown power. They don't know what's given it to them. But they are quite literally cutting through the fabric of reality, and they're letting something else in. And it gives them what they want. Nephra is a little different, though. Hers is more of a natural magic. It was given to her by the god of magic, who is a child of the planet spirit itself. So the planet that they are on possesses immense power and is able to do things that defy the laws of physics. And one of the planet's children was in control of this, and that person or that entity, whose name is oh my goodness, why am I forgetting it? It's like the one that I remember all the time. Um, uh, 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 Etho Erathos. Etha Erathos, the god of magic. Like his sacred animal was the human, and he loved humans, and he gave one all of his power before he was supposed to die. Not supposed to die. He was gonna get killed. He knew he was gonna die, and it wasn't gonna be a natural death. He was gonna get devoured by something. So he gave up all of his power, and something happened to him. He actually got sucked into another dimension. He would eventually come back, riddled with undead and other things trying to take over his body, even though he was immune to it all. But where was I? Oh yeah, so Nephra Meiji, she establishes the city of Astra, outlives her family, and then one day, is like he never died, just changed dimensions basically. I can go into that story too. So that takes place. The story that I'm referencing there takes place at the same exact time as the first story of when Nephra Meiji is born, because she is born during the time that the world is suffering a cataclysm. It's a time known as the Fall of the Gods. It's when the vast majority of the gods are killed because a fucking alien showed up and it started to eat them. And this alien was something we made. But anyway, so yeah, after Nephra creates the city and outlives her family, she kind of like believes, you know what, I've done enough. Or Jaime says, I have to go to bed now. I don't want to leave because all super interesting, but it's bedtime for me now. All right, Jaime. Well, have a good night, man. I'll probably be on here in a couple more nights, like Thursday night or something, talking about stuff. But yeah, eventually Nephra, she is engaged by a monster, not a particularly strong one, just a common one, just a common chimera, and it kills her. She didn't really put up much of a fight. She figured, now's my time. I'm good. I can go. And her soul gets recycled back into the planet. But in the city of Astra, there is a a great big Taj Mahal like structure built in her memory in the center of the like on an island in the center of the river that cuts the city in half. Dude, it was awesome to be here with all you on stream. Thanks for all the lore and good stories, and also the advice of watching Star Trek. I have homework now. Yes, Ami. Doomsday Machine. Go watch. See you later, man. Anyway, City of Astra. Bill Games and Ankidu are not far from the city. It's within sight, but they're on the outskirts of the city. They're not even where there's like houses and stuff. They're far beyond it. They're in the foothills of the mountains. They're actually inside of a cave where they have tried starting a campfire, but their fire is dead. Fire won't start. They're like, why is that? Take care, see you tomorrow. Maybe. Like I said, I'm going to be gaming with my buddies, so odds are I'm not going to be doing this. After I'm done playing games with them, I might either go directly to bed, doom scroll on YouTube, or play with the cat. But yeah, Bill tells Ankidu to stay in the cave, and he's going to go check out the city. He'll be back once he gets some information. Yeah, surely the magic capital must know something about his people, about his city, about what happened. Where is he? Stuff like that. So he ventures off into the city. The druid Aga from the capital of Devaso, or the Republic of Devaso, has come to the city of Astra as well. She's searching for something to help her. And when she's there in the city, she feels the presence of Bill Games. Like there's something extraordinary in the city. She knows it's a person, and she can feel that it's somewhere. And so she's looking for him now. That's when Bill sees the great big Cowthedra temple to the worshipping site of Nephromagy. He goes inside and he sees a massive fucking statue of her. An amazing statue. And there's text on the statue that talks about her and how she is the savior of mankind. That she was the Messiah, their chosen one. And that's when Bill comes to a realization that he hates his current position of like his circumstances. He hates his circumstances. Like he shouts at the statue how he was supposed to be the chosen one. He was supposed to save the people. He's the hero. He wasn't supposed to die in that fight against Mevarasi. He doesn't know what happened, but he knows it was supposed to be him. He's the child of the gods. He's their chosen. He was their champion. He was going to lead the people to the next stage of civilization. But something happened, and he died. Or he thinks he dies, or he thinks he falls asleep. He's not sure. He's really confused and very angry. And that's when Aga shows up. He thinks Aga is there to capture him, just like other people have tried to in the past. She's not very good at diplomacy. She's very authoritarian. She speaks with intimidation and doesn't negotiate well. And so Bill, being the person that he is very resistant to her. And he decides he's not going to go along. They get into a fight. she manages to capture him, but he breaks free and escapes. And she her and her mages are trying to pursue him, but she's like, nope, I gotta call this off. One of you guys go follow him, but we have to go back to Devasso now, because if we don't, it's gonna get attacked again by Humbaba. So while all of that was happening back at the cave, uh something else had happened. And when Bill returns to the cave, he comes back to the campfire, which is still not lit, and he's like, Ankidu, you're supposed to get the fire going. I'm hungry, man. Where's our food? He doesn't see him there at all. He doesn't know where he's at. Instead, he encounters himself. Bill meets another Bill. And he's like, okay, I don't know what type of black magic this is, but clearly you're trying to steal my soul or something like that. So I've got to vanquish you, foul spirit, trickster demon. And they get into a tussle, and that's when Ankidu shows up. He's got some food, and he's like, hey, why are you guys fighting? You're not supposed to be fighting. And Bill's like, what are you talking about? Here's an evil spirit that's trying to be me. And he's like, no, that's somebody else. And the other Bill removes its disguise, and it turns out to be that Rakshasa Lubana, who's missing his crown, who has otherwise gone on to become a mercenary, taking on the form of humans, to exist within their society undetected. And Labana says, or gives them the rundown of everything that's happening. It's by this point that Bill explains his past and tells them like how he got there. And Labana, although he's never heard of Ulukatia before, he somehow remembers it. Like he can feel it in his heart. He can feel this memory. But he's never been there before. Labana tells his story, tells the story of Nephromagy. And then when talking about the fire and how there is no fire, Labana is able to create like illusionary spells of like light and stuff. So they're able to see and hang out in the cave. Labana tells the story of what's going on. It's not Labana that's telling the story. It's actually one of the wizards of Aga who's telling the story. He's like captured by Labana, and he's brought there for like interrogation since he was like snooping around, and he explains the situation of what's going on, or he explains what he knows in the Republic of Devasso. That's when Labana says, okay, I can tell you what's going on. I'm a monster. I know this story. And he goes on to explain the origins of Humbaba. So, a couple decades ago, in the Republic of Devasso, there was a president who would actively hunt monsters. or I might be getting that wrong, actually. Sorry. Uh, it's not that he was actively hunting monsters. Him, his wife, and his son, along with several other important people and guards, they were traveling through the cedar forest. And it was in the cedar forest that they encountered a group of ogres that were acting, that were hostile, but um, they were, they were what? They were meow? Yeah? Here. You know, come on the chair. Come on to the chair. Come on. You don't want to come up here? Alright, fine. They were erratic. They were ogres. They were aggressive. They clearly appeared hostile, but they were acting erratically. They weren't attacking the people outright. But eventually it came down to it where the ogres, uh, they tried to assail the president and the president's guards, quickly cut down the ogres. And it turns out the ogres were protecting a child, an ogre child. Monsters don't have kids. These ones did. Monsters are starting to procreate amongst themselves now. This was very unusual. And the guards were going to kill the child, the ogre child. And that's when the first lady was like, "No, don't do that. That's just a boy. That's just a baby. Don't do that." Like her mama genes kicked in, and it told her she needed to take care of this child. And so they took in the child and they brought him home. And the first family had adopted him and raised him alongside their baby son, their baby boy. And so the presidential family, as the years went on, had two sons, a biological human son, an adopted ogre son, who didn't know that he was a monster. They treated him like any other person. Or at least the family did. The guards did. But there were others that didn't. As Humbaba, who was named so because it means mother's love. As he was growing up, he started to notice that there were monsters in the city. Monsters that were being treated as slaves. The servant class. Or the slave class. Monsters that have been liberated from the will of the planet by having their crowns removed. But it seems like once they were all rallied up or wrangled up, they were put into shelters, and they had to obey the will of their masters now, their new masters, people. This was very confusing and heartbreaking for Humbaba. And he would often question, like, am I a monster? Like, I don't have the head crest on me. Like, you guys removed that when I was a baby. And like, am I one of them? Am I a slave? And mom's like, "No, you're not a slave. You're my son. We love you very much." All right. Later on, as they were growing up into their teen years, by that point, the president had died. Died a natural death. It wasn't some secret assassination plot. But he died. And so there was no like vice president in this republic. Instead, it was the general of his armies who was like next in line. through the will of the people, was elected as the next leader, and he took the former first lady as his wife. Uh, he also he already had another son. Um, so um, there's two stepbrothers that are human, and then of course there's Humbaba the ogre. The stepbrother, the general's son, he hates monsters. He thinks of them as lowborn puppets to be used and abused by people, and he doesn't give a shit if they're in pain or if they die, if they're sacrificed, working for the upper class folk. They're just instruments to be used and disposed of. This greatly offends his brothers. And when they see, when Humbaba and his brother sees their stepbrother and his friends picking on another monster, they intervene. They scare off their stepbrother and his friends. And then the monster that they're with communicates with communicates with them. He like talks to them and invites them over to their home over in the servant district where they have to stay. And that's when the monsters there start to tell the story of their kind, why they were created, who they originally served, how removing their crowns was a moment of liberation for their kind, that they now have free will. But all of these monsters have become enslaved. At one point in time, they were wild monsters, born only to kill, but were captured by humans and had their crowns forcefully removed in painful and bloody ways, and then turned into slave creatures. But that's their lot in life now. They have to deal with it. Humbaba is shaken to his core to learn that he is a monster just like everybody else. He's a little bit in denial. Like, he doesn't think he's like everybody else, but he's coming to the conclusion that he is a monster. These are his kin. They need help. And his brother's like, "You're my brother, man. I'm with you all the way. It doesn't matter that you were born one of them. You and I were raised together, and you've been my brother my entire life. That's all that matters to me. So, whatever you want to do, I'm with you." Later that night, as they're on their way home, back to the presidential palace, their stepbrother and his Goonie friends jump them, and they manage to injure the first brother. In retaliation, Humbaba attacks his stepbrother and his friends, and through his rage, fucking kills his stepbrother. Or sorry, he doesn't kill him. Sorry, he attacks them. They survive. They run away, but he finds out that his stepbrother's friends killed his brother during the scuffle. He's dead. It wasn't Humbaba's fault at all. But when he tries going home and alerting his family, alerting his mom, his stepbrother has already reached the palace, told his dad, and told the guards, and pinned the blame on Humbaba. Humbaba's stepfather, the former general, now president, fucking hates monsters. Just like his son, he despises them. But he doesn't think of them as like lowborn commoners or anything like that. He just thinks they all need to die. He doesn't even know why he put up with Humbaba. He thought he was a stain on the family. Like he was an obscenity, a walking obscenity. Um, and he's got no problem putting out the hunt for him. And Humbaba's mother, the first lady, she's all stricken with grief, and she doesn't know what to do. Um, her firstborn son is dead. She's being told that her adopted son killed him. She doesn't want to believe it, but the new president, her new husband, just hammers it into her head. No, this is all Humbaba's fault. He's just a monster. There's no way you could have prevented this. It was going to happen eventually. And so she is stricken with grief. She doesn't know what to believe, but she accepts what she hears. And they try encountering Humbaba, but he manages to get away. His stepbrother finds him. He kills his stepbrother. That's when he kills him. And he flees the city. Now, far away from the Republic of the Vaso, he's lost. He's wandered into a swamp. He can't see shit. He's very, very scared. Doesn't know what to do. And while he's out there, he finds a cave. A cave that's giving off some sort of power, emanating some type of aura. And it calls to him. And so he follows that call, and he goes inside of the cave. And he ventures deep inside of the cave until eventually he comes across a larger room, a vault within the cave that has the dragon of a skeleton, or the skeleton of a dragon. And it's the bones of the dragon are like telepathically communicating with Humbaba. And the dragon tells him his name. And he says that he's been chosen to represent the monster race. And to that he will be given the power to free his kin and get them out of the Vaso. That he will liberate his kind and make sure that they are never ruled by humans ever again. That all he has to do is put on the crown and he will have all that power. Now, Humbaba's very scared. He's very sad and he's very angry. And he thinks about his kind and the terrible conditions that they're in, the people who rule over them, and he thinks about his stepbrother. And he takes the crown, the bony crown, that crest off of the forehead of the dragon's skull, and mounts it onto his own. And when he does, he starts to grow fucking horns, Loki-style horns out of his forehead that kind of curl up and shit. And he's given immense magical power. And throughout his years living in the cave of living in the cave of Kur, or hiding in that cave, he trains himself in the magical arts that he had just gained. And he summons 6 dragons from across the world, calls forth to them, and then using his new profane abilities, transforms each of the dragons into the 6 primal elementals, one of which has already been seen outside of the city. Selfir Ra. And he declares that they're going to be the instrument of, or his instruments to destroy the city of Devaso if they don't let the monsters go. And that's when he embarks on his mission. And that's the story of Humbaba. And yeah, that's the story that Lubana tells. Uh, that he tells Bill Games and Ankidu. And Ankidu is like, well, I'm a monster, and I'm not a slave, but I'm also not. I'm also not evil. Like, I'm a hero. Like, I have a human brother. That's Bill. Bill is my human brother, and we need to right this wrong. What Humbaba is doing is wrong. So we need to stop him. Now, Aga, the druid who is trying to protect the Republic of Devaso, she's not a good guy. She has her own ulterior motives, but they do clash with Humbaba. He's trying to do something else, where he's trying to destroy the city to free his people. But he's trying to give them the opportunity to just let them go without any further destruction. That's where I've left off on my story so far. The next plague that happens is Galadra, I believe her name is, also known as Blizzra, the Ice Queen. She is the primal elemental of ice. She is also like 1,000 feet tall. She is also a creature with an emaciated body and those dragon horns on her head, that hollow head of hers, just with a mouth surrounded by teeth and a pulsing star in the core of her head. And that she is able to just freeze the atmosphere. She's able to freeze the clouds and launch them as weapons from the sky. And she can cover the landscape with rime and just kill all vegetation and just freeze people. And without fire to stop her, Aga's going to need to come up with another plan. And she figures that's probably the best way to stop them is with a hero who can't die. Who can't actually die. And that's going to be Bill Games. And Bill's on his way. And that maybe she could use Bill to succeed in her mission, which nobody knows what that is yet. And that's so far the story that I was coming up with, called Rise of the Primals. Tiberian Legends Rise of the Primals. Which is a combination of the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Book of Moses. Take the two, combine them, make Moses the villain instead. And Gilgamesh has to go fucking save the day. So, what you think? What do you think, sirs? It stinks. I like my story so far. It's just one of several. I summed up all of Nephremagi's stuff in a nutshell. I blazed through that. 3 stories of Nephra, summed up in a few minutes. Yeah. And then I had mentioned that there's the fall of the gods. How some of the gods are devoured or slain. and the others are banished to another dimension of which they cannot escape. So in TL, there are 3 greater gods, and they are known as the Will of Tiberia. Collectively, they are the Will of Tiberia. Collectively, they're actually one spirit. But there are 3 individual entities that make up that single spirit, the planet spirit. And there's Aria, Celia, and Chthona. And Aria is the goddess of time and space. Celia is the goddess of life and death. And Chthona is the goddess of matter and energy. Each one of them have 3 children. Those are the lesser gods, known as the Mithrils. So each goddess has 3 children. And of those children, I mean, there's, let's see. There's Admathos. Oh my goodness, I'm forgetting some of them. I'm forgetting the children of Admathos, Etho Erothos, and shit. Forgetting one of them. Then the others are Botanthalon, Thanalon, Zuctalon. And then there's Pykrothos is the other one. Pykrothos. And then there's Estirogeis, Cosmogeis, and Relaeageis. And those are the 9 Mithrils. Each one of them having some type of function that involved the creation of the world. Like in the case of Admathos, his job was to create land. And so from the oceans, he rose the continents out of the seas. And then there was another one, Botanthalon. Botanthalon, I think it's Botanthalon, is the shepherd or the painter. Unless that it's Botanthalon is the shepherd, or not the shepherd, the painter, and Botanthalon gave rise to all plant matter. With the raising of a hand, trees sprouted from the earth. Stuff like that. Zuctalon is the creator, the shepherd of animals and such, and it was her duty to make all the animals that would populate the world. Now, these gods were very active in the development of the Tiberian civilization. Like I said, something happened, and that thing called the fall of the gods. Well, a meteorite lands on the planet. Inside of the meteorite is a humanoid person. Looks like a person, and it's the god Kronos. Kronos, not exactly the same Kronos from Greek mythology, but similar. The same power that he possessed. This Kronos had been afflicted by the power of another planet. It transformed him into that planet's weapon. And now he's just a hungry beast after being tainted by another entity called the Umdabrutu, which was a creature or an entity festering at the center of the next planet over, Terraga. And all he wants to do is devour. He's come to eat. And he encounters the god, the Mithril Admathos, Admathos is also known as Admathos the Indestructible, and he realizes that he cannot eat it. So he takes it as he transforms it into a slave and names it Atma the Unstoppable. It's from there that eventually he comes across another one of the Mithrils, uh, Estidogeis. Um, Estidogeis is either the teacher or the scholar. It's one of the two. And Kronos devours uh, uh, Estidogeis and discovers there are more gods here that I can eat and become powerful. And so, yeah, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna go eat them, and then I'm gonna eat the plant. Then I'm gonna eat the planet spirit, and then I'm gonna move on and keep consuming things out in the cosmos. So all the gods get together and they try fighting this thing, and they can't. The only one who can is Pykrothos, because he's in the possession of a weapon called the Osmos Blade that devours the energy of whatever it is that it strikes. It's a weapon that can kill gods. He's the only one that has it, and they believe it's the only solution to stopping Kronos. Um, Kronos, however, um, I have this whole story written down somewhere. Um, Kronos, however, goes on a warpath, and the people can't stop him. So it's up to the gods to do so. And when it all comes down to it, Pykrothos is sacrificed. He loses, but his weapon stays behind. Um, Another one of the gods, Releagais, sees the future, goes mad, kills himself. And then it comes down to the others. Etho Erothos, knowing what's going to happen next, as he was privy to some of the information that Releagais had seen, knew that he had to give up his power before it could be stolen by Kronos. So that's when he found Nephromagi and said, "Boom! You have all my magic. Now I'm gonna go back and probably die." And so he does. He goes back. During that conflict, Kronos finds one of the three wills of Tiberia, Chthona, the goddess of matter and energy, and eats her, and gains her power, and turns into a new entity called Chthonus. Chthonus is really fucking strong now. And the gods are having a near impossible time trying to defeat him. And they try doing so with the Osmos Blade. But by this point, it's too late. And they don't have the Osmos Blade to help them. So, Aria, the goddess of time and space, creates another dimension using her power. And knowing that this evil alien god thing is trying to get them, shuns her and all of her children into the next dimension along with Chthonus. And they are now they're in another place, a dimension without form, where they are to be chased for all eternity by Chthonus, knowing that if any one of them were to escape, it would create a beacon showing him the way out. And eventually, one of them does get out, but not by their choice. They're actually extracted from that place by another character named Arlamon. And Arlamon is a lizard man who is tinkering around with nuclear energy. He actually creates the first nuclear reactor, and along with it, nuclear weapons. And when he or he doesn't pull he pulls out Area. And Area, when she gets pulled out of there, she's like, oh shit, like, I am now gonna lead this thing out. I've got to seal this thing back up. And so she tries using Arlamon, like tries using him to turn him into a portal into the other dimension or whatever. But it doesn't work. And all it does is severely warp his brain and turn him into a fucking psychotic, evil mad scientist. She instead draws upon the power of all the nuclear energy from the reactors and stuff around her, and says, okay, I clearly cannot open up a portal anymore. I just have to kill everyone now. Because once he gets out, if he devours anything else, that's it. And so Area turns into a 1,000-foot tall nuclear elemental, radioactive elemental, who the world calls Anwo, and goes on a murdering spree, destroying the world, walking across the country and fucking laying waste to everything. And then it falls upon all of the legendary heroes and warriors, all of the max level characters out there with fucking epic and legendary gear. They all get together to MMORPG style fucking raid the shit out of this super boss that just can't be fucking stopped. As she's walking around, everything around her is dying because she's radioactive and polluting everything. All of this fucking radiation is pouring into the atmosphere and discoloring the clouds and just poisoning the atmosphere around her. Only the legendary heroes are able to put up with it. And a bunch of other like mechs that are built to fight her off. But even then, those aren't good enough. And it takes a very long time to stop her. Eventually, she is stopped. But it takes a long time. All the people who can't participate in that fight, the 99% of the population, the 99.99%, they're like, fuck, we got to get out of here. So they start exploring different parts of the world to go see where they can go live. That leads into another adventure called the Meridian Veldt, as well as other stories such as Frostflower, which Frostflower is a campaign that I ran for my TLRPG, and the Meridian Veldt was one that I had made, but I never got to run it. And the Meridian Veldt was very much like a cross between, like, I had pre-generated characters, and it was a cross between the show Firefly and the show what was the name of it? It was the one that came out like 15 years ago. Steven Spielberg produced it. It had dinosaurs. Oh my goodness. It was about people who left, people in the future who had ruined the planet, so they traveled back in time to go start over in prehistoric times. Shit, what was it called? It was like a combination of those stories. Anyway, yeah, it's 11 o'clock my time. I think that's gonna be it. Who's still with me? There's one person here.
Is that you, Coma? You still here? Did you fall asleep? Did I make you fall asleep? Probably fell asleep. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna get out of here now. It's just about time for me to go to bed. I don't know where my cat went. I gotta go find her. Maybe Thursday night I'll come back and read more of William Shakespeare's Star Wars. Well, bye.